Everyone, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Oh, I need to lower the sound of this thing. Hello, hello, hello. I can't hear you, Jeff. What the hell? That's a lie. Maybe it isn't. Music kind of loud? True. Oh no, wait. Wait, is that better? Is that better? I don't know if that's better. Is that better? Hello? Hi! Oh my god, you guys say it's too loud, it's too quiet. Make up your mind. What the hell? Hello, hello. Literally just finishing up a couple of things. A couple people say something about collector literally. Something about collector literally. I don't know what you, what? Jerona. Jerona. That's just leaning towards like Sonic. This song is made by Greg. Greg, by the way, if nobody knows that, please go freaking listen to it on the YouTube channel. It's so beautiful. Alright. Sorry, I'm literally just setting up a couple of things. Setting up a BeefStarchJello freaking community server. Gulp. At least if would people here, or I mean it's already set up, but are people here interested in joining like a BeefStarchJello community server? It's up to you guys, but freaking tell me what you guys think. In there it's like you can just, it's literally like the Cabinet of Novelty server. The only difference is like, you know, it's not about Lullaby only. It's more about like freak, what's the name? The BeefStarchJello thing. Sonic the Hedgehog. Hey! Okay. Yes, Lullaby has a community server. It's called the Cabinet of Novelty server. You're able to find it if you search up literally cabinetofnovelties.com, I think. I think, honestly, that's fine. Or even if you go to Collector at Collector 1938 on the, what the hell, did someone just ping me? Who freaking pinged me? On Twitter. Annie, why are you calling me right now? Hold on. Oh, thank you, Lullaby. Annie?
Real quick, do you have a Lullaby one?
Yeah?
Okay, good.
Okay, bye! That's so funny. That's so funny. Am I peeking? Oh my god, I'm peeking. Sorry for screaming. Sorry! Yes, that was Annie. That was Annie Bew, everybody. The other co-director of Hypno's freaking Lullaby. Okay, let me see if I can swap to this before it kills it. Will it do it? Will it do it? Can I do it? Will I do it? Nah, never mind. Hello, everybody! Oh my god! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hello everyone. Hello, it's me, the BeefStarchJello. Hello. Hello, hello. Where is my drawing glove? Oh, I need my drawing glove. Why is the other thing playing still? Stop playing. Cabinet of Novelties. Where is my drawing glove? I don't know where my drawing glove is. What the hell? Where is it? Where are you? Oh well. Oopsie daisies. How's Frostbite coming along? Frostbite's going so well, actually. Frostbite is going so well. I genuinely have no complaints. We just did some storyboarding today, which was really nice. I don't know. I'm super excited for all this stuff. Beef, remember you killed SpongeBob in the Hunger Games? Dude, I remember clear as day. I felt his spongy blood in my hands. Finally, Talker just subbed. Hello, thank you. Ha ha ha. I'm evil. I'm ego starch jello, as many people have fucking said. Let me see. What the H? What the H? Hold on. The song is being worked on right now by Marstar Bro the Goat. And then later down the line, we're going to be doing like a little bit more testing with some of the vocals. Dude, I recorded vocals and voice lines for 45 minutes under like a moving blanket and like a voiceover box. And it's so, I got so warm. I was just sweating a pile, bro. It was so horrible. But I'm good now. Let me see. Okay, the community server is just getting set up right now. You voice red, we know. I do not voice red, I voice gold. Punkit actually voices red. They are the person making the freaking awesome... Dude, I imagine sitting in a goddamn closet for 2 hours like I do when I stream. Bro, I could not imagine. I'm sitting comfortably in my cool IKEA chair that I've had for like 3 years now. And it's ruining the carpet. It's low-key ripping it up. And I'm feeling so well air-conditioned. What does gold sound like? Wouldn't you like to know? Gold essentially just sounds like, I think it's just my voice, but a little bit higher up, because I wanted to sort of capture his quote-unquote innocence in the project. Because, I mean, like, you know, he's an aspiring trainer, just like Serena. You're too quiet? What you mean my too quiet? My too quiet? Hell no. Hold on. Let me do... Is this better? Is this better? Is this better loud? Can we know if the collector's behaving well? The collector's behaving very, very well right now. Referencing your voice being in the red is good. Keep it at max 0. Yeah, like that. Is that good? Sorry. Every single time I forget to warn people. I'm sorry. Hey, that's Andy's fault. That's Andy's fault. Not my fault. Not my fault at all, actually. You can blame Andy for that, not me, the person. Oh, I found my drawing glove! Oh, I found my drawing glove. Life is good. Eden Essence wants you to draw a gubby. Put the underscore in that name, my friend. What are you freaking doing? Oh, my hand is tiny. Why is my little hand tiny? No, no, no. Oh, ha, there you go. I have multiplied the size of my hand. Huh. Is that functional? Oh my god, it is functional. Look at my cool hand. Oh, say hi to the Brazilian community. Hello, Brazil. Olá, pessoas do Brasil. Como vão? Olá. My people, my family, my birth country. Multiplier like the FNF guy? Yeah, Annie. Yeah. Wait, who here from Brazil? I almost said who here from Lullaby. Who here from Brazil? Say hello, Brazil. Say hello, Brazil. Hello. People aren't saying hello, Brazil. People are saying me. Oh, thank you. Hello, Brazil. Who drew gold sprites? That was freaking me. Hey. The concepts for them were made by ScorchVX and Duty, but I made those sprites. And we're actually going to be going over that today. If you check the description, I kind of talk about what we're going to be going over. And you can also see even above me. But I'm going to be going over some of my previous work in a couple of other mods like Versus Bald Gru, the goat of all freaking time. Hypno's Lullaby, which a lot of people here are very familiar with. And I think what most people here know me for. FNF Corruption, like the actual FNF Corruption from 4 years ago? 5 years ago! Mistful Crimson Morning, and then also Mario's Madness, because I did Mario's Madness as well. I'm so freaking worried. Hold on. Let me. I'm going to turn off this. Okay. Does that work the good? I sure hope this works the good. Oh, oops. Oh no, why is that locked? Okay, let me make this a little bit smaller. Because as much as I want to show you guys everything, I don't want to show you everything. Okay, I think that's okay. What did you even do on Mario's Madness? Mario's Madness, I did the Christmas cutscene. I did like the last third of the cutscene. I did that. And I also was the narrator for it.
On the day of Hallows Eve.
Actually, I do not even remember how that went. Let me see. Let me see if I actually can find the text that was written for that. And I'll do a little performance for it. Where is it? Christmas. Where is the Christmas text? On the day of Hallows Eve. On the day of Hallows. No, Hallows Eve. What am I talking about? Slumber. Oh, I found it.
'Twas the night after madness, when all through the cart lied a lonesome Mario with an ice-cold heart. With a stomp and a kick he laid in a stupor. Overcome with hate, he feared for the future. He pleaded and begged for his suffering to end, but little did he know it was a Christmas weekend. As the clock struck 12, a bell chimed through the halls. The air became cold as the moon lit the walls. All of a sudden, through the dark of the night, Mario's eyes met a terrifying sight. It couldn't be, shouldn't be, he shouted with fright. At the foot of his bed stood a familiar silhouette. His old partner dearest, in ghostly visage, his neck bound by cursed chains, he delivers a message. These chains were formed of my selfish acts. You will be visited by ghosts of future, present, and past. Heed these spirits and repent for your sins, lest your chains be heavier, he said with a grin. In a flash, he was gone. Mario couldn't believe what he'd seen. He rolled back to bed, assuming it must have been a dream. As the clock struck 1, Mario lay deep in slumber. Perhaps the 3 ghosts could show him some wonder. The ghosts looked at Mario, his last chance for joy, and raised their voices for one final ploy.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I forgot. Sometimes I forget about that a little bit. But you know, I like Mario's Madness. I'm super excited for the new stuff that they're gonna be doing. I wish I could show some of the sprites I'm doing. But that would be freaking spoilers. I don't want to do that. Oh, damn! You guys like the voice? Thanks. I really appreciate it. Can you give us a hint for one of the upcoming songs? Pretty please with a cherry on top. Crosses arms. Freaking no. I'm not gonna tell you. If we do hit 800, very beautiful. I'm gonna actually send this in the chat. But if we do hit 800 pledges, we will reveal everything. So if I talk about it now, it's gonna be spoilering it. I can't be spoilering it. Are you kidding me? I am also doing sprites for Mario's Madness. Yes. On a scale of 1 to 10, how important will the collector be other than being the shopkeeper? I'm not telling you that. He's just your trustworthy shopkeeper. He's a con artist. No, he isn't, actually. Gulp. That's actually the inspiration behind the Cabinet of Novelties name. If you abbreviate it, it's con. For anybody that didn't or did know. Why you make Monochrome so sad? It's a kid that died, man. Like, his body is literally, like, eaten. How's the team doing right now? Are people in good spirits? Yeah, everybody's in phenomenal great spirits. It's been a very wonderful time. You doing the new GB Sprite, didn't? No, I did not. I did not do that. Did no. Also, for those of you, make a ranking of the characters in Hypno's Lullaby from the one you like the least to the one you love the most. Let me see. What we got? Hold on. Let me make this freaking list. Because we got the collector. I'll just write it here. We got the collector. We got girlfriend. Hello, girlfriend. I love you so much. Then you got boyfriend. I'll also do a poll to see what you guys want to be seeing first, because this is teaching sprite animation and cutscene planning the way I do it. There is no wrong or right way of doing. She's lying. I'm not okay until we watch Uma Musume. I know, bro. I know. Let me see. This is. I'm literally just writing this down so I can organize it. Noise handwriting. Thank you. Thank you. Boyfriend got no survival instincts. Neither does girlfriend. Both of these guys are dumbasses. What song you must hype to see finalized on the reboot? Not counting stuff that wasn't on the legacy mod. Bro, actually Frostbite. Oh my god, it's so beautiful the way that it's set up right now. Let me see. Don't forget the self-insert for the top 5. It's important the self-insert is in there. Yeah. Oh, are you talking about you? You must be talking about you. Of course. Right, and then there's gold. Oh, wait, are you talking about Chimera? Gold, Chimera, Hex, then you got Serena, then you got Red.
Hello, my name is Red. I'm a frickin' Pokemon trainer. What's up?
Gold, Chimera, Hex, Serena, Red. You got Hypno.
Hypno's resolve, yes, it is true.
And then, you know what? I'll rank the unknowns, too. I'll rank the unknowns. Let me see. Put Purin in there. Purin is not in the demo right now, bro. I'm not putting Purin in there. Do the unknown count as characters to rank? Yes, yes, you read my mind. Glitchy and Steven going to exist, Beef? Of course they are. Oh, and fuck no!
How did I forget about fuck no? Ah, fuck no.
That's another character I voice. Right. From characters I like the most, I'm not gonna lie to you. I am not going to lie to you. My favorite character since like the history of ever has always been Hex. I love Hex. Oh, she's so physical me coded, I guess. No, not really. My hair is black and her hair is like kind of lavender black-ish. So I would do Hex. Then yes, I would do my other self-insert, the Chimera. I'm pretty happy with how that came out. Then I would put the Collector. The Collector is just so fun to write, and voice is... Hello, my name is... Wait, hello and welcome to the Cabinet of Novelties! My name is the Collector, the finest connoisseur of magical items across all lands. Zodiac. What are you, 12? I scream a lot. I do scream a lot. I'm very naturally a very loud person. I'm a very loud and excitable person. Are we gonna get more cooking recipes from the Collector? Low key, I was thinking on that when we first did the God, what's the name? When we did the first cooking video, I wanted to low key make the recipe super fucked up and messed up, but you know, I don't think people would have liked that very much if the food looked like literal poop. So I'm glad that it's actually my homemade recipe for chicken pot pie. Fun fact. So I'm pretty happy with how it came out. The pie tasted phenomenal. I still have the gloves, including like the stained gloves. It's kind of bad. Duty! Hello, Duty! Hi, Duty! Duty, I'm going to make you moderator. I'm giving you ultimate... Stop the chat from auto-translating my messages. I can't do that. How do I do that? I don't know how to do that. Hello, bro? Duty, you have ultimate power over everyone. You could kill Hoopla. Everybody send some love to freaking Duty and Annie, the goats of FNF. Dude, Duty calls himself an FNF elite all the time. So treat him like he is an FNF elite. How much can you bench press? I have not done that in a while. Okay, bro. You also worked on Corruption. That's kind of sick, I can't lie. Can you tell me if Discharge 2026 is making an appearance there? No. Discharge 2026 is its own, like, set different thing. It's not really something that's, you know, Corruption-based. It's fan-made, technically fan-made by Marsar Bro, but, you know, with PhantomFear's permission. I love PhantomFear! I love PhantomFear! I actually directed a couple of episodes for Corruption. For people that don't know, I was actually helping with the writing and direction for Corruption. So that was also pretty fun. Doomed Yowie of Red and Gold. I mean, if we had Doomed Yuri. This is the Doomed Gay People mod. Are you kidding me? There's no other mod that is like this. Joke. Okay, talking about Joker now. Oh wait, should I turn on some music? I should definitely turn on some music. The sprite you did for Mommy Mirrors is actually pretty insane. I didn't even know you did it. Thank you. No, that took me so long. I literally finished that sprite, I think either 2 hours or 1 hour before the actual stream went up. It's actually insane. Oh, right, wait, let me finish the ranky list. My other favorite character is Gold. I love Gold so much. He is baby girl. I love Gold so much. Serena. I love Serena as well. I love all of these characters. How's your model animated? It's not live 2D now, is it? No, my model is not live 2D. It's using ViadoTube, which I think was made by a couple of Brazilians. Viado is also like a slur in Brazil for like gay people. So gulp. I think you yap so much you don't need music. I love Frost Kisses, yes. Can BF reunite with girlfriend? Quite sad they lose each other. We'll see. We'll see. Beast. Well, is Hypno gonna go hashtag beast mode in the next patch? Sure, man. Sure. Right. Serena. I love. Actually, no, that's a lie. I love Red. I love Red. Red is like so fucking cool. I love Red. I love Red so much. Red, like in general in the Pokemon games, is like one of my favorite characters like ever. Which is, I don't know. I've always loved Red. Ash is okay. I think they kind of characterized Ash from the anime as like in the same thing that like Gold kind of is, at least in terms of everything. How do you feel about, yeah, Ash Ketchum? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Ash Ketchum. Hypno versus Fuckno, who wins? Dude, Fuckno is like a multi-universal god. Of course it's going to be him. I'm just reading the chat right now. Add Ketchum? No, Ash Ketchum. Ash Ketchum. Ass Ketchum? No, don't do that. More languages for the final mod? Yeah, I actually want to do translations for Hypno's Lullaby with like translations and everything. Will Fuckno return? Absolutely. Let me finish this list so we can actually get to this is 30 minutes. This is 30 fucking minutes. You're not late. We haven't even started. This little thing up here, I'm gonna update it as we go over it. So don't worry. It's kind of gonna be like a little bit of a checkpoint for people that kind of leave in and out of the stream. So don't worry about it. If you want to support me and the team, again, feel free to buy a collector plush. He is a very beautiful guy, and all of the money and proceeds go to us, the dev members that worked very tirelessly for 11 months straight on the demo. So that was pretty freaking cool. What are your plans after the mod's release? Do you want to create your own project, maybe an animation project not related to FNF? Yes, actually. I think this is going to happen before even actually finalizing the... Hi, Springy! Before finalizing Hypno's as a full project. But Marstar Bro and I were talking about potentially doing a horror game outside of FNF, potentially. So I think that would be really cool. I think that'd be really cool. Comedy podcast. I'm glad you view it that way. That's actually cool. Will Shinto be in the mod, or will it be exclusively for spooky? Yeah, so the mod is not just gonna be serious hashtag aura moments, locked in montage. It's also gonna be a lot more like fun stuff sort of going on. So it's not just, you know, dark moments and everything. It's going to also be more of the fun moments. Because I feel like Missing No is really fun. Missing No is really fun. Shinto. The Missing No week in general is like really good. For like, what's the word? For just fun montage. How difficult will Frostbite be compared to Monochrome? I think less. I mean, the mechanic for Frostbite is a lot easier than Monochrome, thankfully. But we'll see. Is Blue Tears Pokepasta going to be on the mod? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not, actually. Or maybe. Or maybe not. If you want answers to that, just wait and see, I guess. And he knows. So you should definitely add her on the community server. What monster from Hypno Lullaby will be in Pillar Chase 2? Neither one. Not a single one. We're not doing collabs with ASIMs or putting our stuff in ASIMs just because of other stuff. If you turn all the way, hello, to the collector decks. I think that's my favorite line as well. Okay. Right, let me finish this list. Then it's absolutely girlfriend and boyfriend, honestly. They're kind of tied with one another. Fuck, where am I gonna put fuck no? God, this is like ranking all my children. I don't like this. I don't freaking like this at all. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know how to. Okay, just consider this as the full list. Consider this as the full list. This is the full list you're getting. This is all I got. This is all I got. The top one.
Fuck no, never forgets!
Are y'all okay after the dev applications and the backlash after them? Yes, actually. Actually, let me hold on.
Let me put a little bit of music.
Ooh. Ooh, a little bit of Silk Song to start the day. Here, let me lower that a little bit so I'm not like horribly covered. Is that horrible? A little bit of Silk Song. Okay, now we're chilling. We're freaking chilling. Yes, there was a little bit of backlash because a few people didn't like the announcement of how many numbers, which is fine. I get it completely. And some people didn't like the concept of the applications in general if you were only going to be accepting a couple of people. But you know, that's okay. That's okay. Just want to make sure that we're giving opportunities for as many people as possible. I don't want to reach out to like a random person. Make sure you got the perms for that song. I thought, wait, hold on, pause. Is Silk Song not like, what's the word? Like, copyright free? Am I bugging? Hold on. Gulp. Oh, wait, what? Creators allow you to use it in your own gameplay videos and streams, so we're freaking chilling. Public domain. Okay, good to know. Do you keep in contact with the author of the original mod? Well, technically this is the original mod. It's like Theseus ship. It was passed down. But do you keep contact with Band Buds? No, I did not keep in contact with Band Buds. He has his own stuff going on in his life. He's busy with all of the crazy cool things that he's up to. And I'm busy with the things I'm busy with. No. The sausage unknown word was removed from monochrome, right? No. I don't think it was. Should it be? I don't think it should. How did you manage to get a lot of people to work on Hypno? Are they paid or do they do it for free? I like to know the process behind it. They do it for free. Free lashings, free murder, free shooting them in the foot and waterboarding them. Oh, right. Wait. So for people that don't know, when I first joined Lullaby, if your questions are about future updates with Lullaby, just be aware it may either be vaguely answered or completely ignored. Yes, we are not going to be talking about the future of Lullaby, except for like, plushy stuff. But that's pretty much about it. Otherwise, it's freaking spoilers, guys. Like, we can't talk about it. No, all of the devs in the team work completely for free. Same thing as me. We all work for free. So when I first got onto the team, little beefling. Hello, my name is Beef. Hello. little beef. Who worked on a couple of other projects. Hold on. Gotta make sure I'm really getting this down. Hold on. There you go. When I first joined the team, I was actually just an animator, which is insane. I was just here to do some animations after Gibbs opened up the applications for it online on Twitter, and then I just I'm putting Silk Song back in. I love Silk Song. I love my music. And apparently the devs said that it's fine to use on stream. If not, then I'm fucking dead. I'm dead. Dude, you got the comms. So where, is this a totally legal copy of Flash? If so, where could I get one? Yes, this is a totally legal copy of Flash. For people that don't know, this is Flash CS6. That's the drawing software that I freaking use. That's the software that I use for any sort of drawing. I will use a lot of the times like, oh, ooh, hello, my little hand. Let me back myself up a little bit. Wait, is this? Oh no, I'm being moved. Boing, 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 boing. Wait. I think this is fine, because then if my hand is like over here, it looks natural. It looks decently natural, I guess. What's the difference between CS6 and Animate? I have Animate personally. For me, oh my god, so many freaking questions. For me, I use Flash CS6 because I prefer the brush a lot more, and the smoothness isn't horrible. Because in Anime, a lot of the times it can lag a lot on a Windows computer because it's more optimized for Mac, as far as I know, unless I'm completely wrong about that. But, oh yes, Chimera Mouse. This is Chimera Mouse. Someone online made a cool Chimera Mouse. I need to find the link for it, and I can post it in the chat. But this is the mouse that I use. It's the Chimera Mouse that a fan made. It's so cool. It's so cool. Anyways. Fuck, what was I saying? Right, I use Flash CS6 because I prefer, one, the brush texture a lot more. Like, I don't know. I just much prefer this brush over, like, Flash or Adobe's. Because I feel like Animate is very poorly optimized. Animate has a lot more features, granted. If I'm doing, like, camera movement, and I'll actually go over this later, but if I'm doing, like, camera movement, I will actually use Adobe Animate. That's the one I'll use, actually. Because they actually have a proper, like, camera setup system in there. And I really like some of their parallaxing. But personally, I prefer Flash CS6 because it doesn't have as many issues on my computer as Animate. And then I will most often than not export my files with Animate, because I think their system for exporting is actually good. I like that boyfriend. I like how he came along. What drawing tablet do I use? I use the same one that Phantom Arcade uses, because I am a LARPing bum. I use a Wacom Cintiq, and now I don't remember if it's 13 or 16. I don't remember which one is which. But I use either one. Let me actually see how, cause like it doesn't have much on it. Like this is literally how the drawing tablet uses, or how it looks like. It's literally just this. If I'm looking down on it. Here. Maybe I can find a picture of it online. But this is the drawing monitor that I use. Cintiq Pro 16. Is it the 16 one? It might be the 16 one. No, it definitely is not. Here, hold on. No, it's not that one either. What? What? Hold on. Freaking help me. Where is it? Okay. Is this? Oh my god. Oh my god, can I not find it? Oh my god, can I not find it? I think you guys get the idea. I think you get the idea. Yeah, so, I originally, let me back up. I'm like answering 30 things at a time. I first started funkin', modding because I love modding. I've never done modding before. I used to draw on paper. And because of Friday Night Funkin', I actually got into drawing and animating. My favorite Pokepasta, Snow and Mount Silver by far. Either that one or Glitched Red. And a little biased, but I'm writing something for Chimera, for a Chimera Pokepasta, so I'm very excited for that one. I'm very happy with how that one's coming along. Where do you get Flash CS6 from? If I told you, I'd get sent to death. You could probably just search up Flash CS6 download. I feel that's what I did like 5 years ago, I think. Would you like working on the base game? Bro, I would kill to be working on base game. Are you freaking kidding me? Like, hold on. I really like efficient pooping from Crust. Thanks, Crust. You know, I really appreciate that a lot. How do you start with your animation learning? Oh my god! Oh, wait, would you guys be interested in seeing my first ever cutscene? The first ever cutscene I've ever made in my entire life? It's so dookie. It's so dookie. It's not that bad, but it's... But that's like the first... Like, I could show the first ever thing I've ever done, ever. Okay, cool. It is not Bald Groot. It's actually for a mod... I was gonna turn it into like this small little series, and then it didn't happen. So whatever. Is it Watch Watcher? It's actually before Watch Watcher. It's before Watch Watcher, actually. Wait, let me finish the Lullaby story. So I got brought onto Lullaby as an animator only, and then I started. Gibbs started writing a bunch of tweets to do, and I read them, and I was like, this is poop. Let me rewrite this. So I rewrote it for him, and then he was like, hey, you're actually kind of kick-ass at rewriting tweets. So I was like, okay, I could do that if you want me to. And then I started getting more involved with the writing, and then I saw they were talking about the collector, and they didn't have a voice for him yet, or a headcanon for his voice yet. They had some ideas, but they didn't really do it. So I was like, yo, haha. Actually, I don't have eyes. I was like, yo, what's up, bro? I can definitely voice something if you want me to. I can give it a test. And then wait, I could low-key look for the old recordings that I have in tests that I did for the collector. If people are interested, I could literally pull that up. Oh my god, I forgot about that. I made so many different concepts for his voice. Okay. I'm going to look over my first ever cutscene, and then I'll do the collector voice, beta collector voice thing. But yeah, okay. So I was animator, and then I started doing a lot of story writing, and then I started doing a lot of animation, and then I started doing the cutscene planning that wasn't even part of the original mod. Pull up Gorilla Dog? Sure, man. And then Legoli. Hi, Legoli! Legoli and Gibbs were talking about potentially getting, like, a new director to help them out with the project, and I was like, I could low-key kind of snipe that. So I just came in and I was like, hey, I would love to help you guys out with at least art direction. So I did that. What drawing app website is this? Flash CS6. It's an older version of Adobe Flash. Not Adobe Flash. What am I talking about? It's an older version of Adobe Animate. There you go. Let me see. Yeah, so I first got in as an animator, and then I kind of got roped into doing a bunch of directing stuff. So now I'm co-director with Annie Bew, the GOAT. Ooh, Persona. Huh. I got a lot of Persona music in here. Hi, Fish Sticks. Hi, baby girl. For anybody that doesn't know, my kitty cat's name is Fish Sticks. She's the greatest of all fucking time. Hi, Fish Sticks. I love you. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I gotta get sniped from that. Everybody uses fucking Persona music. Wait, do they? Hold on. Pause the music again. Pause the music again. Fuck, hold on. Please, please. Huh? Police. Oh my god. I do not want the fucking police killing me. Oh my god, I can't! What? What? There goes like my entire fucking thing. No. No, 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 no. Poop. Oh, that's so poop. Oh my god, that's so much poop. Thank you for telling me. Oh my god. There goes half of my entire playlist. God damn it, man. It's okay, I got Toby Fox. I got Toby Fox. We're cool. We're chilling. We're chilling. We're okay. Gulp. We're okay. Skip that song. Oh, Flower Man. Okay. I think that's the Lullaby lore. I think that's all the Lullaby lore that needs to exist.
I kind of like him. Hello.
Actually really happy with how he came out. Let me see. My first ever cutscene. Mind you, this was from a don't use Toby Fox. What do you mean? What do you mean? Play Hypno beats? Hypno beats are actually part of the playlist. So they're in here, my goated friend. Let me see. These cutscenes are from such a long time ago. This is 2022. This is 2022. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, hold on. Wait. Okay. I have like this naming scheme is like horrendous. Hello? Okay, fixed itself. Like, look at this. These are the files that I have for this. But yeah, this is from 4 years ago. I learned how to animate because of Friday Night Funkin'. So, that's pretty fucking cool. And I was already trying to do cutscenes because I thought cutscenes were cool as shit. Always wanted to. These are poop. I want to say these are so poop. But let me see. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is it this? Yeah. This is an old ass fucking. Ah! This is an old ass character that I made for Lullaby. Oh, not Lullaby. What am I talking about? For Friday Night Funkin'. I made this model, this sprite like such a long time ago. Again, 2022. This was let me lower myself because I do scream a little bit. So this is like, bro, it's Legoli? Wait, you're right. This is like my second interpretation. Yeah, I didn't know how to do like sprite animation fucking at all. So thank God I improved. Oh, this is so old. Oh my God. Oh my God, this is so old. This is how he first looked like. Fucking poop, bro. Fucking poop. And then like his poses were like the lantern glowing because I really like Garcello. I really like Garcello a lot. This is literally Crust. What are you talking about? Yeah. And these poses originally went into like the position it's supposed to be rather than like so on and so forth. You know, this doesn't look too bad still. This doesn't look too bad still. I had like this full idea and like everything. Hold on. Let me... Ugh, clicking everything. Phase 1 to 2. Oh my god. 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 So it was like, ugh, I'm so fucking mad. Ugh. Drops the lantern. Oh my god. It burns. Whoa, cool transition. Kablam. Hello? Kablammy. This was the original cutscene I made for this. This is a mod I was like trying to like make myself. So this is phase 1 to phase 2. And then there was 2 to 3, which was like the music got so loud. Who even is this guy? This guy's name is Andre. His name is Andre. He's like a Scandinavian cool fucking Viking. Yeah. That's pretty much it. That's literally all I had for this. I had like a lot of plans and ideas made for this. And if you look at the background, this took me so fucking long to make. I don't know why, but this took me so fucking long to make. Which, you know, is whatever. And so the idea with this was, oh my god! It's like, so they were singing so much that like the whole fucking mountain started shaking, and it's like, oh my god, avalanche. So he's like, what the fuck? Turns around, you know, it's like, it's not too bad. And then it was this massive like cut back shot, and then skip this song. I haven't played chapter 5 yet, bitch. Fine, we're listening to some Safety Lullaby then. Huh. Go play chapter 5, bruh. Is that Mount Silver in the background? It's actually so funny. It's actually so funny. Cause, I just love snow and mountains so much. And so this was the idea. It was like the avalanche coming in and like the snow coming. These were the first things I've ever animated in my entire fucking life. I've never done anything before this. The only thing was like, this is the instrumental, by the way, so no vocals. So like, you know, it's not bad. It's still not bad looking back at it. It's really not bad. But this was when I first started learning how to do actual cutscenes and sprite animations, because my original thought was like, okay, if we're using symbols for like pose animations and so on and so forth, let me lower this a little bit. Then why can't I use that for animating cutscenes? You know, so then I decided, okay, I'm gonna be using it for animating cutscene. And so this entire thing in here, is it this? Yeah, like my animation skills were not great because I didn't know what I was doing. So I used tweens at the beginning, I think, like a couple of tweens, as you can see, which I'm so glad I stopped using tweens. Oh my god. Can't believe Beef is leaking the Frostbite cutscene. I know, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I know, thank you. Thank you. W tweening. But like, dude, I was using like smear frames. Oh, I thought I was the shit. You know, still not bad. Still not bad work, I will say. And then essentially the song, how it would go is on the third phase, it would actually be them singing on this broken Viking ship. And it was gonna have like full cutscenes for the intro as well, where it was like Daddy Dearest, Mommy Mira's girlfriend and boyfriend going on like a vacation trip together. They're like, oh, haha, hello boyfriend, you're part of the family. And it's like, really? They're like, yep, loser. And then they were just gonna throw him fucking in the ice or something. I don't remember. I really don't remember. But that was the idea that I had for it. His whole thing was that like he got frozen in ice. That's literally it. That's literally it. I did not work on Mario's Madness V1 or V2. I only worked on the Christmas update, and I'll go into the cutscene for that in a little bit. And so that was my original start to doing cutscene work, actually, was Andre. And then I moved on to Bald Gru, the greatest of all time. A lot of people here know what Bald Gru is. A couple of people don't. That's, you know, totally okay. Let me see. Oh my god, there's so much unused stuff in here. Oh my god. Well, what was it? Let me see. Because there's a cutscene I made, which should be, where is it? Baldwin? No, it's not Baldwin. Wait, Duty or Crust, are you guys in the call? Are you guys still in the call? Are you guys in the stream right now? Please tell me you're in the stream. Please. Please. And so I'll go over like all my, oh, Duty, can you ask Jambi if I can show Baldwin, the Baldwin cutscene? Oh, what's up, Zombie? Can you ask, bro? Or can you ask, bro? Zombie, can I show the Baldwin cutscene? Okay, thank you. Thank you. I didn't know if you were cool with that or not. So, let me see. There's Baldwin. There is intro finalized. Is it this one? Ooh. Yes, it is. Oh my god, yes it is. Yes it is. This was my first ever... No, no, no. This is the updated one. Where's the old one? Where's the old one? Where's the old one? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold a frickin' second. 1 second. Is it this? Oh my god. Yes, it is. Oh, this is so laggy. Oh, this is so laggy. Okay. Cool. Okay. Hello? There we go. This was the first ever thing I've ever done. Look at this, dude. Look at this fucking setup. Of like just animation stuff. Here, I'll play it for anybody that hasn't seen it before. Ugh. Okay, here. The background is gonna lag a bunch. Let me actually turn off the background. Let me turn off the background. This was the first ever cutscene that I did that, actually PhantomFear looked into my stuff, and then subscribed to my YouTube channel for. Wait. Can I do this now? Yes, I can. This was my first ever proper cutscene. Still not bad. Still really not bad. Not bad at all. I'm still really happy with how this looks. You know, so that's kind of cool. Marco? Oh, Marco, what's up? I remember watching this cutscene on Twitter ages ago. I did not know you made this until I got the guy on Madness. I know, bro. Yeah, this was my first ever, like, cutscene, like, ever. This took me so long to make. And then, like, I updated it. And then I'm gonna re-update it again for the, for the Bald Gru demo. Dude, when I made this, I was like, God, I need to draw her legs. And I was like, wait, it would be so much funnier if I made it so the legs actually are just fully cut off. And so I just left it as is, because I'm fat and lazy, but also I thought it was funny. Oh, what's up, Breezy? And then it's this. The art style changes like so many different times. And then they transform into these two. What? There used to be like a transition thing for it. Whatever. And then it goes down, and then they splat. And then the cutscene, when I remade it for version 1.84 LD, version 1.bald. Back when this mod was developed in Discord DMs. Yes, this was literally fucking developed in Discord DMs. It was just me and Zombie. It was just me and Zombie, and fuck, was it there was one other person. I'm blanking. God, I don't even remember. But yeah, this and then like you can see the full overhaul for this that I did. Oh my god. And so this is like how it actually looks. Or the new one, I guess. Which, you know, is like whatever. It's, you know, it is what it is. Same thing here. Just literally just updating the look on everything. And then there was I just added these fuckers. That's literally all I think for this shot all I did was add these guys. Which was really cool. This upgraded the lighting. This sprite didn't change, or this drawing didn't change. Still sucked into the portal. That didn't change. This doesn't change because I think it's really funny. And then I did an outro for this. actually, for a lot of people that don't know. This is still the same thing. Let me see. I think, but then, yeah, they do the... And then they splat. And then they splat. This was my first ever, like, cutscene I've ever done. Which was so fun to do. And I'm so excited to how we're going to be revisiting all of Bald Gru in the future. This is Chimera Extended Edition. As well. So this is that. This cutscene that was never shown because it was supposed to be made by someone who didn't do it for like 8 months. So I didn't do it at all. Did you do the sound effects for it as well? No. Burrito Baptized or Jambi was the one that did the sound effects for the cutscene. Let me see. Is this... Hold on. Dude, these files are so old. I never know if I'm gonna like spoil something in here or not. So let me check through it. But this was essentially the cutscene that we were gonna do for let me see, for the Halloween update. What's my favorite lyrics covered, Beef? God, I don't know. There was someone that did like an animation with Chimera in 3D. That was pretty fucking cool. Okay, this is recover Baldwin cutscene backup 3. Oh my god, this is so laggy. Here, this is the cutscene. This is the cutscene. This is very slow because of like all of the assets and everything that is like being moved in here. This is boyfriend moving by himself, girlfriend moving by herself. And then you have like the forest kind of like going behind them. Oh, yeah, and then they fall, they slip. And it's this. And then they look over. And then, and then it was this shot here. I'm still so happy with how this looks. This mansion took me so fucking long to make. Conceptually, at least. This is the mansion, the Halloween mansion. I added like the little light poking through everything. And then, Ka-chow! Lightning! Wah! And then they run in. And I did this thing that I'm still so happy with how this looks, actually. But here. But I have like this whole thing shift and then have like this sort of 3D looking perspective that I'm still so happy with how it looks. I think, God, I don't remember when this was. But this is still so cool. I'm still so happy with this. It looks better with the actual background. And then this is, these were the sprites for this, actually. Oh my god, holy lag. Oh my lord, dude. I forgot about these fucking sprites. There's, oh look, PhantomFear. There's just so much shit in here. Marco, are you still here? Marco, are you here? Marco. Let me see. Oh, hello, Marco. Marco, can I show my animation for the Mario's Madness Christmas cutscene? I don't think it has any spoilers. I'll check through for any spoilers in it. It shouldn't have any. But I want to make sure with you first. Yeah. Up to you, bro. La 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 la. Yeah, sure. Just don't show spoilers, bro. I got you. Let me look through it first, because I have so many fucking Marco. I have recover Mar Madness backup 17. I have so many backups for this, because a lot of the time, for people that don't know, these files kind of like kill themselves, and it gets pretty bad. And then I have to remake it a lot of the time. Let me see. Is it this? I think it's this. Oh my god. Oh, okay. This is it. Oh, this is like all of it. Oh my god. Even this is the storyboard that was here before I did anything on it. Okay. I'm not gonna show the storyboard. Hold on. Blah, 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 blah. My name is girlfriend. The voiceover work here is still done so beautifully. Stream ended 67 minutes ago. Can you end it? Hell no, no, no. You hate me, bruh? Okay. Okay, Marco, it does not show any hashtag spoilers. What's the glitchy sound? This is me skipping through the cutscene with audio to make sure that I don't get killed.
You were very...
Okay, there we go. I'm gonna pause this thing. All right, here we go, guys. Boom! Hello, girlfriend from Friday Night Funkin' Mario's Madness. What's up? Actually, let me double check. Let me double check one thing, because there's one frame I used. Hold on, let me see. Okay, okay, we're fine. We're fine. Marco, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Okay, there we go. There we go. All of this movement was done by Grandis Goon, the goddess of all freaking time. And then Marco did some of the shading lines for this, and then I just finished off coloring and shading for every single one of these frames.
But there's really not much I can do now.
But this is it.
I want to go home. But alas, this is your world.
Also, let me hide this, Kirk. There we go. Because it should only be in that shot, I think.
So I hope you're happy.
But the animation here is crazy. Grandis Goon is insane with their work. And this one I did. This one I'm super fucking happy with. Because here for her face, I animated, I think it was this eyeball. Yeah, I animated this eyeball, like, kind of rolling in like this. And that was, like, super cool. And then I just had it in here, where it just is scaled up and the brightness kind of, like, goes up a little bit more. So this was super fun to do. And then here, all of this is me. And then for this, I wanted, Marco, I don't know if I told you, maybe I did. But for this cutscene, I actually wanted to emulate your animation style for cutscenes, so it looked a little bit more seamless, and it looked like it was actually you that animated it. So it was more in the style of Mario's Madness. At least that was my goal. So I was like studying a couple of your things for this. Hold on. And the backgrounds for this were done by Persona Random. What's up, Eden Essence? And I did it less, like I did it also as like a challenge for myself. So I don't know if I even pulled it off well. I think it was fine personally. For people that were interested in this as well, for the knife falling, it's literally just me animating these coming in, and then just animating the knife falling. That's pretty much about it. And then this is like its own thing. And then here, some people saw this, but here he was like fully caked up one time. I was like, booty. Mario with a booty, but super kicked up. Where his ass, yeah, this doesn't get shown. It's like, you can see it in here, but like, there's a bunch of like camera movement in here. But yeah, I mean, like, this was like the cutscene that I did for this. It's crazy, bro. I'm so sorry for my old art style. It's dog shit. Sorry. No, bro, your art style kicks fucking ass. And it wasn't about the art style. It was about the animation style. That was the animation style. Because I used like a couple references from you. And then the animation wise, I was like, how does Marco animate? How did Marco animate? Oh my god. And I couldn't and then I kind of figured it out a little bit. yeah, so that's it for this cutscene. I got into Mario's Madness a little bit later on. When did I make this? 2025. This was beginning of 2025, end of 2024. But before this, I was doing a couple of other things for Mario's Madness. Let me back up a little bit, actually.
I'm gonna go in chronological order. Yep, this is fucking Gold Blood.
Let me see. So I worked on Bald Gru, or no. Huh? Oh, good night. I worked on, God, my memory's so hazy now. But I worked on the Andre thing. Make sure you don't leak anything on accident. Leak BeefStarchJello. I know. I'm trying my best, man. I worked on Bald Gru, which was a cutscene. And then the cutscene got me into Corruption because I reached out to FantomFear, not Phantom Arcade, FantomFear. If I could join and help him out on his mod. When are you going to show the Watcher FLAs? Hell no. Hell no. God, where is it? Let me show that sprite, actually. Because I did a couple of cutscenes for... let me see. I did a couple cutscenes for Corruption. Oh my god, I hope I don't fucking leak anything. Oh my god. I think my second cutscene after that, let me see if this spoils anything. Guys, there's so much material I have here. Oh my god. Oh my god. I talked about it on my Twitter post. But actually, my first animation for Corruption was the cutscene for Corruption. And then it was the Mommy Mirrorist spider sprites. And then I did a bunch of other stuff. But I promise I will go over sprite animation and cutscene planning. Because that takes a little bit of time. So here, let me see. This is the first cutscene I ever did for Corruption. Which is like Mommy Mirrorist getting closer to girlfriend.
Corrupted Mommy Mirrorist. Coming up to girlfriend. I'm fucking evil. What?
Whoa, holy lag. And then she dodges. It's like, oh no, I actually did get cut a little bit. Fuck. This is not, I think, the finalized version of it. And she goes, that's pretty much it. That's like literally all it is. And then what was my biggest jump up, and I think this got me into Mario's Madness. It was this and the other Bald Gru cutscene I did. But it was this? Yes, it was this. The Mommy Mirrorist Spider Sprite. This was concepted, designed, and made by me, and it was actually based off of, what was the name? It was based off of Shin Godzilla, actually. That was where most of the actual design for this came from. And so for this, again, I'm super fucking happy with how this looks. This is still from Corruption. So essentially what I did is I had to animate this entire leg, like bit by bit. So a lot of this is actually frame by frame animation, and then some of it for cheating it out is like symbol animation. So let me see. Hello. Let me see. What was it? Front leg. I think this is the older version of it. So when it comes to animating this sort of stuff for me, is specifically starting always with a concept. So let me see here, because there's a lot for this. Let me see. Each part is completely separated from the other. It's a fucking headache, man. I think it's these four, sorry. 3. 3. There you go. Okay, so for this, when I first animated these legs moving, I was, yes, Corruption's still being developed. When will supper be served? I'm not cooking that, I'm cooking in here. So when I first animated these legs, I actually first started with the super basic, super teeny tiny little leg thing here. Because that actually allowed me to visualize it a lot more. And so this is how it looked like. It was just a basic movement of this leg here, and I was studying spider movement. That was like pain in my ass because I have like arachnophobia, or at least I used to. And so this leg and this leg are animated in the same exact time, so they're moving in the same way, sort of. And then this leg and then this back leg are essentially completely done. Wait. Yeah. And so this is how I animated this part. It was the base movement. And then I added the more complex sort of like sketch on top of it. Almost like, think of it as like the actual skeleton. I'm ignoring him, okay? But then, so I created the basic concept of how the legs were going to move, and then I started adding more detail on top of it. So you can see, like, the end of it is much different compared to the original one, just because there is so many different things to do for this. And then for the back legs, it's just the front legs. It's literally just the front legs. But timed differently. And I made it dark, so I didn't have to fucking reanimate it. And then so for this, I had the legs already animated. Great. I have the legs animated. They're perfect. They're fine. And then here, I had to animate the body to move with the legs. And so at first, I moved each one. These are separate pieces for each one. But each one moves differently. And I wanted this sort of red to show to make it look like the strings that she shoots out a girlfriend. That was my original idea. And then I had to morph and change these over here to also then match up the leg, because that's how fucking spiders look like. And then I had to match this. I had to animate this fucking body and draw it and make sure that it actually properly moved and fit properly with the actual body. Hi, user Aqua! Hi, Aqua! Hello, my friend Aqua. I have not heard you from so long. Hello, my friend. Hello, my friend. But yeah. And then so this head is actually so many different parts. Or at least they used to be. There used to be different fucking parts to it. Actually, I think it shows in this one. Yes, it shows on this one. This one is a lot of different parts, because I wanted these little mandibles here moving at the same time as the jaw did. And so this jaw is completely different for it. So a lot of my setup on how I do... No, don't ban everyone! What are you doing? No! So a lot of my movement, or a lot of my setup for animations, whether it's cutscenes or sprites, always depends on the actual quote-unquote rig of it. So all of these frames in here, I essentially go in here and I change whatever frame it is. So here, this is frame 1 and 2. This is frame 3 and 4. And then I just animate all of it together. So it's all just very manageable. So I actually... so this is some of the stuff that I did for Mommy Mirist. A lot of the other stuff that I've done. Let me see. Ooh, I can't show that one. Ooh, I want to show something pretty bad. Here's one that I was commissioned to do. Hold on. Maybe, is it not this one? Hold on. If this is for Corruption, which is a side universe thing, whatever thing. But this was a sprite that I animated as a commission for like $130. But it was essentially like the poses that I wanted to be very like springy. with its sort of movement. And that's sort of like what I like to do a lot with my animations, or at least especially for sprites, is I want to make sure that the idols are always unique to the specific character. So if you're looking between my different work, it's always different. Ooh, wait! I can show my first ever complex animation. It was for Friday Media Showdown, which fucking died. Thank God. Actually, no, it was kind of fun. But it was for this character named fucking Guiji. Where, like, this was my first ever, like, crazy sprite animation. And then I did this laugh. I was like, yeah, that's pretty much it. This was my first ever fucking thing. And then this is Boyfriend for reference. Oh my God, Boyfriend. What the brap? Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And so this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 different symbols. I animate with a lot of symbols, and it is a headache to manage and deal with, especially for gold. Was it for gold? Maybe not for gold. I don't know what, maybe this is like the worst one I've done in terms of like how many symbols I've used. How do I manage? I don't. This is a lot of headache for me. This is some of the poses. And then for this laugh animation, this is another example for animating within an actual sprite itself. Have you been working with Flash 8 for almost all your work? This is actually Flash CS6, not Flash 8. But yes, I do animate all of my work on Flash CS6. This is Noodlith. They are cool. Trust. Hello? Hello, Noodlith. I don't know who you are, but hello. But this is another example of like a symbol within another symbol. This, I wanted to make it look as 3D as I possibly could. And so that in here, all I can do is just swap between these different ones. So that my animation job-wise is a lot easier to manage. So let me go back to this. So that in here, oh, this has the actual laugh. I don't know how loud this is. There we go. Sorry if that was loud, everybody. But yeah. So I wanted to have him like sort of laughing, little smear frame, and going like, ah, ha, 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 ha. And he's like, ah, yeah. That's pretty much about it. I was so tired of doing this. Oh, Celebi is the worst one. Oh, wait, no, you're low-key right. You're low-key right. Everyone laughing? Yeah, I animate a lot of people laughing. But I was commissioned to do that, which was fun. The other... And then now, looking at Hypno... Mistful Crimson Morning. Right, Mistful Crimson Morning. I need to show Mistful Crimson Morning. Hold on. Spoogo Bob. All right. So originally... I was actually going to animate, and Crust, it's your work. I was actually going to animate Big Sagi, this big scary motherfucker. That was actually animated by Crust. So shout out to Crust. He animated all of this with a mouse, by the way, pissing me off. And so I was actually going to animate this myself. And so what I did is I separated every single one of the sketches, and then I essentially layered the animation on top of it so that it would look like this. And then I was going to go in and do it myself. So that was this pose. The other poses, actually, I don't know if I have, oh wait, no, I do. Wait, I do. Here, these are the poses by Crust. These poses are so good. Crust, one of my favorite fucking works from you. It's so good. So this is for Surrogate, for people that do not know. This is for Surrogate. And then this is, again, by Crust, one of the most talented fucking animators I know. But super, super stuttering. Hello, Night. This is the right pose as well. So good. This is such beautiful work. And I was going to animate this, and I was like, I don't want to. Also, I don't think I have the skill to render this because I'm in a Flash CS6. So, whatever. Love the head turning here as well. So good. Now, for the things that I actually did, is I did a cutscene for Ronald Reagan. I did a Ronald Reagan cutscene. I'm doing pretty good. Do you have the virtual camera for Flash CS6? No, I do not have a virtual camera for Flash CS6. I tried setting it up, but it didn't work. So whatever. Wait, what did I just say? God, I don't remember. God, what did I just say? We make more plushies of different characters? Yes, actually. I will look into that. Oh, what? Right, Ronald Reagan. I said Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan. Here. This is based off of the cartoon. That was like, I think it was an SNL skit, for SpongeBob. Or not for SpongeBob. It was an SNL skit with SpongeBob and then the ex-presidents. And so my goal in this was matching the art style to the original art style. That was something I was really specific about. So things that I did for this to achieve this is taking the original pieces that were actually drawn in different things and then just drawing the in-betweens. So this one is based off of this one, obviously. This one is based off of this one. I also I had studied the lip sync for this because this was my first time ever doing lip sync. Oh my God. And then again, also, I think this is George Ford, I think. I do not watch SNL. I do not like SNL. I was trained as an actor, and maybe I should be liking SNL, but I do not like SNL. Unfortunately. Would I recommend this version of Flash, or is it honestly up to preference? It's always up to preference. I used to use Flash CS4, and that was pretty cool. Bye, Steven Strangled Red. Don't strangle anybody. I used to use Flash CS4, which was great, but it didn't have a lot of the things that I like from Flash CS6, which is like this little thing that allows me to like actually repeat the animation in a specific range that I want it from. That was one of the main ones that I wanted. It also supports a lot of other stuff that I like. Also, this is how I do color palettes, by the way, for a lot of people that are interested. Because I will do the character and I will prepare the colors, but then I don't remember where the colors go. So I'm like, oh, okay. Interesting. How can I go about actually reminding myself? So I make these tiny, small, little shitty drawings of the actual characters themselves. And then I just base it off of this. Serena actually has that. I did. If you don't have virtual camera, how do you make the animation look like it's moving from the camera? Before, for Bald Gru, in the Bald Gru cutscenes, I actually just moved the entire fucking background and every other sprite under their own symbol. And then I instead use the Serena Lings. Yes, Serena Ling. And then now I use animate specifically just for the camera. Who just spoke? That was my mom. W mom. So let me actually go to the Serena model sprite that I made. And this is another example as to me always trying to find something new to do for, like, let me see, for an idol, because I want every person's idol to be different, because there are so many different like concepts and everything else, and personality types that change the sort of idols. So every idol that I make, I always want to make sure that I'm doing it somewhat interesting looking. So I think this is the Serena sprite. Okay, this is the Serena sprite. This is her. And then this is the color palette thing that was made for this. But yeah, this is her idol. Her idol actually used to be her looking from the right to the left, to actually show that she is actually looking around the house itself. And so I don't think this one is implemented in right now. I don't think. Just because I don't think it ever was. But again, this one too. Have you ever shown the old one? Oh, the old one. The old one had these, like, I think this is going to start glitching out because I changed a couple of symbols. Yeah. But this is how she used to look like before. And I was like, ugh, that's fugly. So instead, I wanted to update how it actually looked. So these are the poses for her. There was one for her breathing in, which was this one right here. This one was also super fun to do. But yeah, this is Serena Ling, the goat. It was super fun making her sprite. It was kind of basic for what it was. Nothing as complex as gold, actually. And so for a lot of people that are here, I will actually go over how I go about gold's sprite. I don't know if it's gonna look good at all. This is taking so long. This is like 100 megabyte file. This is very heavy file. This is an older version of it. Damn. Selling. I think this is it. Hello? Oh, there it is. Okay. So here I first animated the head. For the full movement, I animated the head first, and then I animated the body, and then the other parts. So I will go over that in just a second. But yeah, all of this, just in one thing. And then this is its own separate animation, which is just him turning around, which I usually didn't actually have him animated at first, and I was like,
Maybe I should make him animated just a little bit.
monochrome leak, you can hear the song. And then so this is actually, Legoli, you're low-key right. This and my Celebrity sprite I think are like my most complex ones, because if you actually break this head down into multiple different parts, all of these are different. The hair, everything is like separate and animated in a certain way so that I can just pick the frame that I want. And so this is the base sort of I mean, Deltarune beef, bro, Zombie cooked. I'll check it out in a second, bro. And so this is the base animation that I have for him, right? Which is great. It's fine. And then in here, I actually start moving then his head, so that it actually, you know, is its own thing. So for anybody that doesn't know what a symbol is essentially a thing that you can just come in here, you can draw a thing, and then every other instance of this is going to have the same exact little thing going on in it. Yeah, that's pretty much all a symbol really is. Oh, please don't crash. Please don't crash. I just saved. Don't crash. Okay, we're chilling. Sometimes this sprite likes to do that. And so in here, if I was to turn off the gold head, you can actually see right in here, the thing that is the black part of his eye that serves as the background. And then the unknowns are their own separate things that are fully animated in here. As you can see here, each one is animated individually within this frame. And then this is saved as its own thing so that when we have the neck ripping off via code, we can just change the sprite a little bit. So it always works no matter what, no matter like where you position it. They both moved up like synced and properly. And so that was my idea. That was something I needed to figure out how the fuck to do. But same thing goes here for the body, where you have the glows and then you have the arms kind of swaying. Same thing for the legs. This didn't used to have like the legs animated, which is crazy. What parts of Chimera did I make? I made the Serena sprite when she's singing. And then I did, this is export cinematics. Okay, great, hurrah. Did this, I did all of these. And then I also did this animation for her. And then for this is the animation that I did for, with Duty. So this is her looking down, looking up, and then turning around going like, ah! And then you can even see in here how it swaps between me and Duty's art style. And you have it like sort of transition in between each one. Because I really wanted to have the art style changing actually be part of the storytelling of the song. So W Duty, and this is the rough animation for anybody that's interested in seeing it as well. And then D Sprite. And so the way I went about animating this is first I drew this sort of sprite, which is like, it's different, like key poses. Key poses, that's what it's called. It's key poses. Where this is the first one, then the other one was her looking up and then drawing in between each one to make it look like it's actually going in between. So this is the key pose. Key pose, I forget the terminology of it. I fucking completely forget about it. But then after this one, I think the other key pose is this one and then this one. So then I just animated between each one, however way I needed to. There's a sprite I did for Corruption that is in my demo reel, that is in my website. I don't think Phantom would mind. Let me shoot him a DM super quick. I got a question. I wanted to show a turnaround animation I did for Corruption. Okay, I shot the message. We'll see. If he says yes, I'll show it. But it's essentially Pico turning around with 2 guns. I'm super happy with how that came out. When did you start drawing? I've drawn my entire life, but I took a really fat break. I stopped drawing after I got into, oh my God, into the middle of middle school. Actually, I stopped drawing for a really long while. God, I forgot about that. And then I just kind of picked it up after FNF kind of came back up. Yeah, no, that's weird. That's weird. Do I have a favorite anime? I don't watch a whole lot of animes, actually. I don't watch a whole lot. The ones I have watched are One Punch Man and Chainsaw Man. Both with man in the name. What the fuck? What the fuck? Was there another one? I watched one episode of Mob Psycho with my buddy Crust and Duty. Duty Crust. I think that's... And I watched like the first 5 minutes of Demon Slayer. but that's it. That's literally it. Yeah, no, that's literally pretty much about it. And so Duty, we talking movies too. Oh my God, movies. Technically, I guess that kind of counts. Duty, what's the name of that one that we watched where I was like, and I'm just like crying and sobbing because of how fucking beautiful it was. Was it Come Along? Oh, Look Back. Look Back. Look Back. Look Back. Look Back. Thank you. 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 Look Back. And I've actually like never watched the Studio Ghibli films, so I've actually been doing that with Duty and Crust and a couple of other devs on the team. So that was pretty good. I definitely recommend Look Back. Look Back is so good. So good. Right. So let me go. Okay, I'm gonna put a poll in the chat. I'd love to hear which one people prefer. This is gonna be sprites or cutscenes. It's up to you guys to tell me what you want to see first. Which one you want to see first? How to animate a sprite or how to animate a cutscene? Little cutscene, or at least my process for it. Because again, hi Kixel, hello Kixel. Because there's no right, there's no wrong way to do sprites or cutscenes. Hold on. Kixel, you kixel ass. Again, there's no right or wrong way of going about animating anything, whether it's cutscenes or sprites or anything. This is just me going over my personal way of animating it. A lot of the times. Let me see. How far back is the animation stuff? Not too far back, I don't think so. Hold on. Phantom replied to me. Okay, I'm gonna be ending the poll right now. Okay, so people want to see sprite animations first. Oh, Phantom gave me the thumbs up to show turnaround cutscene for Pico. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not spoiling fucking anything, because if I do, I will be strung up and killed. Let me see. Mama me mamu me mamu me mamu. Fuck. He said, if I spoil Corruption, I will shatter your pennies. Fuck. Harvest. False Thorn. Spider Mommy Mirest. Fuck, which one? Yes, I did say Pico. God, there's so many fucking files on here. Do I have any tips and tricks for people who are starting out any creative hobbies? Study your favorite creators. I studied a bunch of Phantom Arcade's streams for animating and him just drawing, and I just picked up from that, and I studied his art and the way that he kind of does his anatomy, and that helped me out a lot. And then I started watching anime, and then that kind of helped me out a little bit more with anatomy and especially drawing eyes, because I'm really bad at drawing eyes. You know, so it's like if people fucking studied my work, that would be awesome. I mean, I think that's kind of fucking cool. But you know, that's okay. Okay. Let me save this as a different name. So you guys are not getting, I'm not spoiling and getting my ass kicked. Okay. I think this is it. I believe. Okay, it is. Hurrah! Phew. Okay. This is a turnaround cutscene that I did for Corruption that has not been shown. Check this freaking out, y'all. Here you go. I'm still pretty happy with how this came out, actually. Here. Still really happy with how this looks. I tried my best in making this as 3D looking as I possibly could. So this is going to be in one of the future Corruption episodes. Super happy with this. I don't think this is the final version of it. Yeah, I don't think this is the final version of it. Yeah, hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. 'Cause it is in here. Here. Oh yeah. The Picoling. The goat. And so in here, the way I broke this down is breaking this. So this is its own thing. This is its own thing. Each one of these is a completely different. Yes, you can also see the bullet inside it. This was a little concept that I wanted to make for this. But yeah. Let me see. This is also its own thing. Like all of this is its own stuff that I kind of just use to animate I love animating with symbols. It's so fun. So fun. I'm pretty happy with it though. Pretty fucking happy with it. Yeah. And then I wanted to make him like turning the head around. That's pretty much about it. I don't think that bullet should be that close, but okay. Legoli, bro, let me have like a little bit of fun, bro. Chill, bro. What's it like animating without symbols? It can be a lot more inconsistent. But it's kind of fun. It's pretty fun, actually. Hold on. Right, so, Pico animation, or it's Sprite animation. Hold on, wait. Fan art just hit. Whoa! Whoa, dude, you are correct. This is insane. Oh my god! Oh my god. Bro, she called you inconsistent? No, I didn't. What are you talking about? Okay. Since we did sprites first, I'm gonna start with an easier sprite than fucking gold, because that's again a headache. So let me see if I can find. You know what? I can do. How do you feel about people using other animation programs besides Adobe to make FNF sprites? Great. I mean, that's great, bro. Like, I honestly think that's phenomenal, because I think a lot of the times, some sprites need to be done in other animation software. Wait, Phantom, bro. Phantom. Yes! I'm getting PhantomFear in the call. PhantomFear. Phantom Goat. Hello, PhantomFear. Let me call you. Pick up. Huh. Hey.
Hello, is this thing on?
Oh my god, you're so loud in the stream.
Testing, is this thing on? Hello?
I already lowered you, you silly fucking bastard.
No, put me back up. I was.
Hello, bro?
I'm so tired. I'm like running on no sleep. I've been awake for far too long. I'm about to like pass the fuck out.
I get you, bro.
And this
what time is it for you right now?
BeefStarchJello. It's 1 a.m. But I'm eating my dinner because I only just got back.
You're eating dinner at 1 a.m.? Jesus.
I am, bro.
Someone said to back up from the mic.
I can do a cheeky mukbang right now. I don't know if I got
Hell
my suppression on
no!
or not.
Hell no!
Wait, check this out. Wait, so I have to make sure I haven't got noise suppression on. Check this out.
Ah! Oh, I muted you. That's horrible.
Oh, I almost choked.
I hope you do. I hope you do. I hope you're literally dying right now.
I went for the gulp sound effect and I swallowed like a really big chunk and almost died.
Ugh. You were saying the manners, bro.
I'm hungry, bro. I'm not banging it up and then I'm passing out.
That's horrible. That's just horrendous.
What's the stream? What we doing other than leaking my freaking mod?
Gulp. Okay. Dude,
what do you even do around here?
Dude, I'm going over I'm going over Sprite Animation and cutscene planning. Because I heard a couple of people were interested in that.
Is that like Hypno and shit?
No. It's just like for literally I think just in general.
Yo, I just passed through your like I was just clicking through it. I think I saw like a Viking or something for a second and I can't find it again and I feel schizo.
Listen, man, that was like my first ever sprite that I made like a real long time ago.
Really?
Yes, bro. That was like
this, bro? What mod? I'm
It was
seeing
gonna
that
be
Phantom.
one I was gonna make, but then I just didn't.
Who's this colorful character on the left? Who's this?
Bro,
like,
that's
Viking man?
Andre, bro. That's the goat.
That's Andrew. What's his backstory?
And no, not Andrew. Holy slop. Andrew?
I'm so that this is slander. I'm gonna mukbang it up for this.
Wait. I can. Ooh, wait. Oh, Bald grew. Oh, wait. Let me stream it for you so you get like the live view for it for like the few minutes that you're gonna be in here for. But look, this is the new Bald Grew sprite. Everybody, look, it's Bald Grew. It's Bald Grew the goat.
Oh, is this unreleased?
Yeah, actually. Look at him. Look at him. Ooh,
Holy shit, bro. When was the last time you worked on Bolt Brew?
bro, like almost a fucking year ago. Look at that.
No,
Look at that.
shot, really?
Low key, yeah.
Is that your equivalent of a cry for help not working on Bolt Brew for like the past week?
Yeah, actually. What's up, Annie? I'll actually use these sprites for animating. Because this is like one of the simpler sprites that I've done. That isn't too bad to manage. But you know, dude, for this sprite for Bald Groot took so long because I have like the leg. This was I think my first ever time doing like proper frame by frame animation on an actual sprite itself. So
It's on Bolt Brew's legs.
yes, bro. Look at that. Ooh,
That's
ooh.
Pete, guys. Pete, what the hell?
It's as if he's like moving his little schlegs, and so I wanted to give him a unique idol, cause
You did forget his massive penis, but that's okay.
all right, all right. This is why I don't stream with you, bro. But yeah, this is Bald Grew. I also wanted to make his sprite look a little bit more 3D with his face sort of like moving around. Dude, it got to the point that like I can like low key draw Bald Grew like pretty fucking well. Like kind of in the same way that like you can draw me because you draw me all the time.
What?
For all the beautiful fan art and worship art that you make for me.
Oh, hey.
Oh, sorry. I forgot that we can't talk about that.
We've talked about this.
I'm sorry.
It says dangling the chains in the background. We've talked about this.
No, not again. So we don't
Is
stream
that
FNF
gradient or is
because
that
he
just
does
one
fucking
color?
mukbangs. This is a
tell you,
gradient. This is a
I was
gradient.
outside like a fucking like hour and a half ago, and in the corner of my eye, I saw a shadowy figure like sprint at me, and I jumped down my fucking shit. I turned to the side, and there was nothing there. This is the level of tired you're working with right now.
Bro, that's like Harvester when he meets like boyfriend in the alleyway.
What? Yeah, that's exactly how that went. And then Bulguru was there, and he revealed, "Hey, it's not Lemon Demon, it's me, Bulguru. You remember that?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a reference
man.
only you will get."
Yeah, man. So when is Corruption coming out?
Let me check my corruption clock. Let me check the corruption calendar. Oh, you're not gonna like this. Nope. You know what? I'm just gonna put that to the side and keep that for myself.
Yeah. All right. Here. This is for the people that were interested. Again, for a lot of the idols I try to do like actually a better example is the Hypno one. The Hypno one is a better example of that.
These are all the poses for fucking Hypno. Check it out.
This is him when he's in the darkness. Oh, Phantom, you haven't seen fucking Lullaby because you hate everybody.
Has anyone told you that that kind of looks like a Pokemon?
Wait, really?
Hello.
Oh, okay. Okay, man. Anyways, who's gonna tell him? Someone said in the chat. But especially for this sort of for his first idol, again, you can kind of see it in here, but animating a symbol, so I can just reuse the frame for a bunch of like different
You drew
animations.
the whole like upper arm and shit as well, like each frame.
Yeah, bro. In case like it
Jesus,
stuck out a little
bro.
bit.
You were boiling that.
Yeah, bro.
It's nice. It's
And I really
tasty.
wanted his hand to feel like just kind of weird, where he's like, I'm gonna grab you. And then same thing. This is like the laughing animation, which also fucking kicks ass. This was done by like a couple of other artists who fucking kick butt. But then for this idol, this is one of the idols that I think is very like unique. That at least I try to put into. For this one, I really wanted to make it where he's actually bopping his head similarly to how the pendulum actually moves, to show that he's getting a little bit more and more desperate with his pleas to try to hypnotize girlfriend. So he's moving his head back and forth in the same way that the pendulum would be going. And so that was the original idea that I sort of had for this. In terms of how many, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's not that bad. Not that bad on the symbols. Thank God.
Yeah, OG like Hypno used to be so simple, bro. I'm seeing this. I'm like, oh yeah, they used to like one was on the left and one was on the right, and they'd sing like it's Friday Night Funkin'.
What?
Bro, I don't know what was in the release you did, bro, but some of that shit you were fucking showing me is like fucking completely crazy, bro.
Thank you,
And
bro.
then this is just funkin', and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot. Humble beginnings, bro.
Humble beginnings. Yeah, man. Okay, so in terms of, I'll use the Hypno sprite for this. So this is for the idol. A lot of the times for the idol, whenever I go about actually making an idol, I use 14 frames for it, because that's what like Bass Funkin' sort of uses. And then if I'm going to make something like the bopping back and forth, I make it double that, which is 28. So that it, again, kind of just does two different things, but then the head can move in a different way. Beef, if the collector plush doesn't get 800 pledges, does the bundle leak not release? The bundle reveal will not be released if we do not hit 800 pledges on the makeshift plush. Which, by the way, shout out to fucking everybody that bought one. We are sitting at 609 plushies right now. That's an insane amount of pledges. Shout out to
Well
fucking
done, bro. Well
everybody.
done.
I know. Thank you, bro. Someone bought 29.
Oh, there's always one.
There's always
There's
one.
guy that
There's
fucking
always
shit
one
ton.
person. Yeah, bro. It's like, it's insane. 29
Yeah, well,
of them.
Wait till that card declines when it actually has to do the full payment.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Actually, I will send in the chat right now, because I'm pretty sure. Wait, where is? Okay, that's not properly set up. Whatever. Dude, did you know I have a freaking BeefStarchJello community server?
Wow. What,
Yeah,
just for you?
Yeah, bro, just for me.
Why you're
Just-
fucking full of yourself?
Dude, it's called Ego Starchjello for a fucking reason, dude.
Wow. What happened? Bro makes one mod and now is like fucking a complete egotist.
All right, man. Wait, no, wait. I get the bit now. You have your fucking own. You Stewie Griffin bastard.
That's not what Stu Griffin said. Stu Griffin, Stewie. That's what he says.
Stewie.
Stewie.
Here, for people interested, I sent it in the chat. For literally anybody interested, please, I'm so fucking desperate. But I also pinned it for anyone that's interested. There is the BeefStarchJello fucking community server where I sent it in the chat, but it's for anybody that is interested in getting notifications for streams or YouTube uploads or literally anything else that people might be interested in. So if you wanna do that, that'd be awesome. That's just where I'm gonna be sending all of my notifications. Yeah, that's pretty much about it. If Beef has 0 fans, I am #dead. Thank you, Pankaru. Oh, Pen, bro. I'm with
shit,
Phantom
what's
right
up,
now.
Pen?
I'm with Phantom right now,
Hi,
bro.
Pen.
What's up, Pen? How you
And
doing,
I'm sorry
bro?
I didn't respond to your fucking message, bro. I was on holiday. I literally got back like right now.
This guy's a bum. Leave that call, but I'm in love with him.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
I'm in love with him. Phantom airing is a mega chai tea. Dude, he
I'm
airs me all the
sorry,
fucking
bro.
time. He fucking ooh.
Doing nothing all day, every day. Oh.
Bro, he's got a lot of butt to sit on. You
Who
sitting in
else
your
is gonna
butt,
test
boy.
them all?
The
Yeah,
butts?
your little streamer avatar thing is like really fucking good. Like the
Thank you,
fucking
bro.
like line weight and shit on that, and the fucking like, animation. I don't know how you did that, bro. That's sick.
Bro, wait, hold on, wait. I could actually pull it up right now.
It's actually like the little speaking, like the fucking like bobbing and shit, and like, bro. you
Dude,
actually
just
cut.
say you want me.
We're not at that season yet.
That's not part of the timeline yet.
No, everyone's gonna stop watching if we jump straight to the good stuff.
Here you go. This is the Sprite. Wow, Inception. What the hell? This is the beef Sprite, bro. And then for
It's like crazy fucking good though.
Thank you, bro. And then this
Yeah,
is
bro. I mean,
the
I guess
talk-
yeah, bro. Like even in terms of like other streamers you see that make this shit, bro. This is like kind of mugging, bro.
Thank you, bro. I actually have a fucking 3D model that I need to put on stream later on. Yeah, I commissioned someone from like the Lullaby team to make me a 3D Sprite.
Nope. Huh.
Yeah, so I was
Look
using
good.
that for VR chat when I was on VR chat for a bit.
You got a picture of it?
Yeah, I do. Actually, I do. Hold on. Let me see. PictoSpark. PictoSpark kicks fucking ass. I love PictoSpark. Their work is so good, like all the time. They did the entire like website's coding. I think Legoli also helped out. Hi, Feasteeks. Hello, my kitty cat. Okay. Here. This is it, bro. Check it out. This is
That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick.
It's
you know
pretty
what that looks
fucking
like?
cool.
Yeah, one like game with the fucking with the yandere, and you like go in a house and it
You're
turns into the
horrible.
back rooms.
You're like horrible.
Do you know that? Do you know that one game? You know what I'm on about?
No, man.
Does anyone know that game name? It was, like,
Nobody needs
Russian
to
or
respond to him.
something.
Nobody needs to respond to him.
Respond.
You do not need to respond to him. Like,
Someone
at
don't
all.
know this game name. I'm
No
on
one
a Russian
responded to this guy.
yandere, and it's gonna give me exactly what I want.
You're horrible.
It
Anyways.
actually did. It's Misside.
You done talking about your fucking anime games?
I looked at Russian yandere. It actually worked.
Wait, like Yandere Dev? Is that what you're talking about?
No, Misside. It's like they had like the one with the sunglasses, and they had the one with the evil with the knife, and they had the one with the robot.
I genuinely have no idea.
You've
what
never
you're
seen
talking
Misside?
about. No,
It's like the back rooms.
I can't say I
It's
have, man.
Am I the only person that's ever heard of this game? Are we dead ass? Like, what's going on? Why is no one backing me up?
No one like you for real, bruh.
Everyone's
Oh,
driving me fucking
this!
crazy.
This! Yeah. I don't know what this is.
Oh, well, I was just gonna say it reminded me of that.
Well, you're horrible, so I don't like you.
Yeah, people like
Some people, one person
was I
said they
saying
know
it
what you're
wrong?
talking about. One person said they
Yeah,
know what
was
you're
that-
talking about.
Is that not how you say the game name? Is it like me side or something?
I don't know, man. Listen, I'm just trying to go over
Go back to
animation
your
stuff.
sprites,
Bro.
bro. Do your little fucking animation.
That's what I'm trying to do, bro. So for a lot of sprites, that I do, it's always, for anybody that's interested, it's always about the lowest point, which I started with. For people that didn't see, I literally just, this is the lowest point where the head would go. And then this is the highest point that the head would go. And then essentially I just go in here and I animate everything sort of in between so that it looks a little bit better. And it looks like the actual head bobbing that you can see for example, like Boyfriend from Bass Funkin'. So this is the absolute lowest. Lowest of lowest. It literally cannot get lower than this. This is pretty much about it. And then this, actually, let me put this in the actual head thing. And then this is the highest it will ever be. That's super basic, super important to know so that you are actually like pacing yourself a little bit more. So you know that this is your highest, so your last frame, and then this is your lowest frame. So then all it is in between is just actually easing back into here. So since you have the head going from the highest to the lowest, you sort of need to animate it as if it did actually do that movement and follows a little bit more of the weight of the character. So, for example, at the lowest, if you, I was gonna say, if you record yourself bobbing your head, you can see this. But I have a lot of reference videos of Phantom bobbing his head. That sounds horrible. Actually, that sounds actually horrible.
You know, yeah, as you said it, like, if you just bob your head, I started doing it, bro. I was trying this out. I'm learning right now, too.
And so, essentially, when it's coming back, the weight of the actual head itself should be following and sort of like pulling the head down as it's going up. So, the head is at its lowest. Here, it should be moved up a little bit more. So here, it's the exact same rotation and everything. It's literally just moving it up. And then I take the little rotation and I bring it down a little bit so that it looks, when it's going back up, like it's actually going, like the head is actually a little heavy. Because that's what we want. We don't want things to feel sort of loose and, you know, not doing literally anything. So, especially with a horror sprite, it's a lot better to focus on less extreme movements and something that's a lot more subtle. So, for example, you can see it a lot here for this one, where the head here, I animate in sometimes 2 to 2 frames. So it's like here. So this is up here, 2 frames. 2 frames, 2 frames, so on and so forth. And then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 frames. So for this, I animate with longer frames to make it look like he's actually going a lot slower. So in here, it's like he's breathing heavily. So in here, this is the lowest it will ever go. Actually, I lied. What the hell? I lied. Wait, why did I lie? Oh, right. Okay, no. This still works. This still works, actually, to my point. So if we were talking still about, like, the idol, right? Here, let me show. So this is the first part of the idol. Well, like, idols are 14 frames. So it's from here to here. That's all it is, right? And then so if that's the case, now you have this one over here, which is on frame 15, which is after the 14th frame, which is the lowest it will go, or not. Oh my God, I'm a liar. Hold on, let me see if I can get a better sprite for this. Because him breathing normally is just him breathing. Okay, this one is better. This one's better for it. This is the lowest it will be. And then as it's going, you can even see the head rotating down a little bit as it's sort of going in. So here, right here. So as it's going down, it's still trying to pick up its weight. So then now it starts rising a bit back up as it's actually going up. It's kind of difficult to explain. It's a lot better if, like, you know, you're actually actively practicing yourself. But then here it reaches the top. This is the top, the highest one it will go to. This is animated in 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 4 as well. And then I have this quick thing, which is an in-between for this one. Otherwise, it would just look like this, which is still fine. But I like my work a little too smooth, so I have it in here as well, so it kind of eases it a little bit more into here. So in here, again, lowest it will go. Lowest it will go. Then going a little bit more to the left. And as he's swinging his head to the left, all of his features are facing this way over here. So if that's the case and he's following to the left, then his head is going to be tilting down a little bit. And so that's what he's doing here. And then as he continues going, if the head was a lot heavier, I would be making it still a lot more delayed, where his head is still just barely fucking rising back up. Just barely. Hold on.
That's what program this is. This is Flip a Clip. It's on the App Store.
Yeah, man. But you can even see in here now how the animation sort of already, like, changed a little bit more. Where it feels, at least to me, it feels a lot slower and heavier for this one. Let me see if I can make only this part sort of here. Like that. So you can see, again, this is like in its own 14 frames for animation. Beef, in your opinion, what's the best way to save a sprite map or in normal format? I kind of like sprite sheets a lot because they're a lot easier to manage. But if you're talking about optimization, especially for a sprite, like for instance, gold.
You talking about like atlases?
Yeah, like a texture atlas.
Yeah.
Texture atlases are important if you have a very overly complicated sprite, like, for example, gold, because then it takes every single instance of that specific symbol and then puts it as one thing inside of the actual sprite sheet, or not sprite sheet, the texture atlas itself. Which, you know,
answer this question?
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Bro, if you're using effects, if you're using like fucking glow effects and shit, don't use a texture atlas. Any other occasion, use a texture atlas.
Yeah. I had to learn that the hard way with monochrome, with gold. It was pretty bad.
Yeah, they fucking suck at like blend modes and all that shit.
Yeah. But yeah, again, this is like a little bit heavier movement than if you were to do like this one as like a little bit of a comparison, just because you have like it kind of trying to do a follow through with the animation. So again, kind of going back here, you have the head very, very like animated kind of quick. So that this sort of movement wouldn't really work for Hypno, like at all. It really would not work for Hypno. I'm only using this and animating it like this. So it's like a proper decent setup for it. So again, lowest it can go, a little bit higher up with the head sort of like still being heavy and still kind of trying to go in. And a lot of the times your last frame will be, here we go, that's a lot better. A lot of the times your last frame and other frames can be changed if the other frames just don't really match into it. So, you know, really do what you want to do, but make sure that the first frame ever is always the lowest of the lower. Lowest of the lower. Lowest of the lowest. There we go. But yeah, so I always first start with a head because then I can actually shape the rest of the body animation. This is a pretty okay movement, definitely not fit for Hypno, because he is supposed to be like gangly and creepy as fuck. So it really depends again on the personality of the character you're animating. So in here sometimes I'll just go in and retouch it up a little bit more so it can kind of flow a bit better. Not move too far.
Yeah, speaking of lullabies, bro, I wanna go fucking sleepy.
Bro, go sleep, bro.
I'm gonna go freaking sleep, but thank you for having me, Beef. It's been a
Thank you
freaking
for
honor.
showing up, bro. We gotta do this more, bro.
Yeah. Maybe so. Blushes.
Blushes cutely.
Alright. Blushes not cutely. I'll see you later, guys.
Ugh.
Bye.
I don't like that guy. I don't like that guy at all. That guy is horrible. That guy is actually horrendous. I do not like that guy. That guy is horrible. Who even was that guy? Anyways, kind of going back into it. Sorry, he was distracting me so much. Let me see here. Here, I would maybe raise this up a bit more. Sad face. Hey, Phantom. Fancy seeing you here. Hey. Here, hold on. That's pretty decent. Okay. I'll bring this lower a little bit more. So if you were to do a sort of like basic idle, I would probably do something similar to this, where it's just like the head bop itself. And then a lot of the times I will go into this and then try to unite this frame with this frame, so it's a little bit better of a transition. So for example, I would bring this up and I would bring it down just a bit so that it goes like that. So then see, it already feels a lot slower in terms of like the movement. Every time I try to animate like that, it feels too smooth and odd. Any tips? Not really much that comes to mind. Too smooth? I don't know if too smooth is like too bad of an issue in my opinion. How much do you think the gold sprite would weigh if it weren't an atlas? I have no idea. That would be a lot of sprite sheets. Do you recommend using symbols to animate? I 1000% recommend using symbols to animate first. I think getting a proper grasp for actual proper animation is really important with something like a symbol. Where again, it's these. Honestly, would people here want to see how to do like actual like symbols and starting like how to do like a proper drawing from like a sketch, for example? Because I can also go over that super quick. Because I know I struggled with that when I was first starting sprites. But yeah, so this is just the head movement. And then between this frame and then again, it kind of going down, it's going a little bit faster. It's going a little bit fast when it's going from the absolute top to the bottom. And so we need to continue adding like a little bit more of a, what's the word? We need to add the weight to the head. So in this sprite or in this frame here, what I do, I lean it back because again, if the head is going down, the entire rest of the head is going to be sort of falling behind. He's essentially moving the bottom of his head down first. If that kind of makes sense, I guess, I don't know. So for example, here I have his head rotated a little bit to the left. When he comes down, let me pull this back a little bit. And then let me raise this up a little bit more. Here we go. Let me see. Because I want these to link up a little bit better. A lot of the time, I will spend way too fucking long working on just an idle's movement to make sure I get it right perfectly. No, you guys don't need to do that whatsoever. But I tend to like it a lot. But yeah, this is pretty much like a decent head bop, if I say so myself. It's not too bad. Let me then do this. up transition into bottom. So if you want to do an idle that kind of looks like it's sort of going in between, if that makes sense, you know, you can do that. I always add it at the end of the frame up here. Always add it at the end rather than the start, because you want the start to be the bottom already so that it actually works properly in game. Otherwise it can look a little bit weird. So again, I use the lowest of the lowest, then I use the second lowest that the head will ever go, because we want to make sure that we are actually making it, what's the word? Sort of like CS4 and CS6. What's the difference between CS4 and CS6? CS6 is, what's the word? CS6 has a lot more features and accessibility, in my opinion, than CS4, and it works a lot better because it's just made later when actual software started getting a lot better. But yeah. Again, head animation. So is CS6 the standard for FNF animators? A lot use Adobe Animate. A lot of them use Adobe Animate. Phantom Arcade, I believe, uses CS4, I think, but I'm not entirely too sure. He uses Animate to export stuff, which is great. Do you always use symbols, or are there times you animate things completely frame by frame? Yes, actually. I'll show that with the head ripping off for gold, because that's a really good use of that. So again, in here, I'm pretty sure he uses CS6 for animation. Every other stream I've seen him use CS4. But if he swapped over to CS6, that's cool. CS6 I prefer a lot more anyways. So for this, I always do lowest, then second lowest, and then I do the highest, and then the second highest, so that it eases a little bit more. And I will show how it kind of looks if you even like if you were to remove the second highest, this is how it would look, where it looks like it doesn't ease into the last frame. It just doesn't. That's just something it refuses to do. So instead, we add this one so that between this one right over here and then coming back up, it's sort of like, you know, eases a little bit more. Hold on. La la la. Let me see. Don't want this head to rotate as much. So I try to make stuff as subtle as I humanly can for this. I think that's good. Oh no, I do not like that at all. Because this goes like that. That should be a lot closer. At first, I struggled animating, and then it kind of started clicking in a little bit more for me. Any tips with drawing horror in general? Try to keep the human form, and then just twisting it a little bit more. That's what I would do. Anything subtle, anything lanky, anything that kind of looks like a human but not really is pretty good in terms of horror. Hi, Springy. Parenting isn't on that version of Adobe. How do you do it to move like a lot of symbols without parenting? I move every single frame, every single symbol I move for every single frame. Adobe Animate has parenting. I don't like using parenting because either stuff can break or other setup, and I don't like it a lot. But yeah, so I tend to animate everything sort of like by myself, if that makes sense. Hold on. Let me make this a little lower. All right, there you go. That's a little bit better. And then I'm going to bring this back a bit more so it's a little subtler. There you go. That's a lot better. It is frustrating when you're moving and working with a lot of stuff. But like, especially, you know what? I'll show it with the gold sprite, because the gold sprite is another one. So right now I have the head animated. Great. Perfect. I have the head animated. Great. So now the body doesn't move as much as the head. That's something to keep in mind. Does it not get tiring to do that frame by frame? It does. It does get very tiring to do that frame by frame. But I find that if I'm working with sprites, I try to do something that I'm actually proud and happy with doing. So that, you know, I'm not feeling miserable. So I don't work on a lot of mods, and I don't work on a lot of sprites, but the ones that I do, I try to put as much stuff and as much love as I can into the sprites, because the sprites and these characters deserve to, you know, come out looking good. Low question, what are your brush settings, like line size and stuff? It really changes a lot. I use this one. Fuck. Hold on. Fuck! Okay. In Flash, there's like the biggest one, there's a second biggest one, and then there's a third one. That's the one that I use. And the smoothness on my brush, well, this is also like pen pressure, so I can do thick and thin lines. And then I use two different brushes, technically speaking. Two different smoothnesses. Thank you. So it's like, if I want to draw a cute character that's fucking awesome and cool, like Bald Gru the goat, I will use something that's a lot softer. But if I want to use something that's rotting, or something with like more gunk built into it, like for example gold, I will turn my, so this is with smoothness 41. This is smoothness 41 in Flash CS6. I like it a lot, personally. My pressure curve, I don't know. I saw someone being like, oh, this pressure curve is actually so angelic. Oh my God, why haven't I been using this my entire life? And it's like, I should maybe look into that. But this is pressure 41. How do you add glow? Because if I recall correctly, Flash CS6 doesn't have that feature. It does. I will talk about movie clips in a second. So this is smoothness 41. This is, again, the same one that Phantom Arcade uses. If I'm going to add texture to a line art, like you can see it even on Gold's thing, I turn my smoothness all the way down. And then if you look at the actual line, it starts becoming a little bit grungier. So, for example, if I was to draw Bald Gru, hello, Bald Gru, I love you, Bald Gru. There we go. You can already see the difference, sort of like between the two, just from the line art alone. So, in terms of Gold's sprite, Gold is drawn with 0 smoothness, because I wanted to show that he's getting, get closer to the mic. I'm close, I'm close. Hello! To make it look like he's actually rough and, you know, rotting. So that's smoothness 0, and then smoothness 41. Sorry, I apologize. And so Hypno is animated or drawn with smoothness 41, I'm pretty sure, by Scorch VX. And then also he's not rotting, so he kind of needs to have it like this. This is an example of frame by frame animation for anybody that's curious. So like, again, I'll have some frames that are animated for different parts, and then I'll just reuse it for different things. So I'll show that, for example, in a second. So we have the head animated, right? I do not want to be touching this fucking head anymore. But then I'll go into how we can make this look even more interesting in just a second. So this is the first one. We got the head. Now we got to do the rest of the body. So when you are bopping, especially for FNF sprites, it's a squash and stretch. So a lot of the times I will select the entire body, and over here you can see he goes meow, 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 meow. And by the way, it's also important that you keep this one untouched. so you at least have a sort of segment for the normal version of it. So for the squash and stretch, the way I kind of go about it is, if this is the lowest of the lowest, now we also have to make his body sort of look a little bit more squashed when he kind of moves. Otherwise, he's just going to be looking still like this, right? It's not the most fun, doesn't look the greatest, so let's do that. So a lot of the time, I will shrink it down just a little bit, and to continue and preserve his mass. Because if you have an object like this is a little ball. If it goes to the ground and hits the ground, it should stretch. It should essentially compress down, essentially so that it can, one, continue it with its mass, but then also has a little bit more weight into it. And then when it's speeding up, you can even do like what a lot of people do as a smear frame, where you just have a very long but very thin version of it, of the same thing. So for example, this is his body, right? Just squashed down. I'm going to squash it to the sides as well. And make sure that whenever you're doing this, you're not stretching the head. Because this, you know, the head is a skull. You don't really want to touch it too much. So you just don't. So in here already, you can kind of see his body already sort of stretching down and then stretching a little bit more to the sides. There we go. Let me bring back the fucked up music. Oh, okay, we're just playing fucking Big Shot. I think y'all can barely even hear it, which is fine. Could you maybe tell me how you created the glow and fade out effect on the unknown from gold? Yeah, I can do that. Don't worry. I'll go into that in just a sec. Drawing fade bright frame. Yeah, I'll go into that in just a bit. So here again, we have the body stretched down, which is great. That's fine. And then now we're gonna make it not stretch as much. And then I'm using now the lowest of the lowest. So I already kind of want to bring it back up a little bit more. And so I will bring it up. I'm going to stretch it back up. And since, yes, it will be a VOD. So if anybody's interested in revisiting this and looking at this, you're more than welcome to. So when he's coming back up from the first squash that he did, again, kind of like I talked about before, he kind of needs to go back to his original shape. So now we're going to stretch him. We're going to compress him down from the sides a little bit more so that it's like that. It looks already a little bit better, but not as smooth as I would want to. So here. Hold on. Alright, there you go. Sorry, I had to respond to a text. Is it true that I'm Brazilian? Claro que não, velho. Porra. Alright, there you go. So, here. Ah! Did I move the whole body? Hello? Okay, we're chilling now. So here. I need to make a little bit of a better transition between the two. Oh, that was not French. That was Brazilian Portuguese. I was born in Brazil. Huh. Here. Okay. There you go. I think that looks a lot better. I'm gonna bring this up a little bit more. Again. Ugh, don't want to search the whole thing, just the top. So we keep his feet planted on the ground, and it actually feels like it's normal in there. Shading in general, or like identifying a light source. Yeah, I can go into that. Here. Here. So this is essentially the body. You see that? It's doing like the squash and stretch. I'm trying not to move too much for Hypno. Here. Super simple, super simple. And then a lot of the times I'll maybe even add in a different frame in here, just to sort of help it out a little bit more. So actually, I'm going to lower this even a bit more. And then same thing for this one. Very subtle, very small movement. Now I'm gonna bring this down a little bit more. Be closer to the lowest of the lowest. There we go. So his body is like, looks like it's actually bobbing. You see that? But it doesn't really link with the head. If you see that, the body doesn't really link with the head. The head is sort of looks like it's moving separately. And I'm gonna address that in just a second. So here, and then again, I want to do a little bit of a transition into from the top to the bottom here. So I'm going to go over here and then squash it down just a bit. So it's not too horrible, but here you go. See that? How do I see with no eyes? It's a very thin skin that goes over the eyes. But I do have eyes. My eyesight is just horrendous. Let me think. Hold on. So, one other thing in here as well is if you look at his feet, it keeps going a little bit to the left and not at all over here. That's something I don't really like very much. How did I learn to have such great English pronunciation? I just lived, God, what's the name? I lived in Brazil for like 11 years, and then I moved to the US when I was, again, 11. So I've been fine. I've just been learning English sort of as I talk to the people. I learned English through a Minecraft zombie server from like 2012 something. I don't remember. Really long time ago. Anyways, so the feet. I don't really like that the feet are kind of going off to the side too much on this left, but not on the right. Because if you look, this is closest to the left, right here, which ends right here. And then this is pretty far from the actual other side. It's farther. So, for me, what I like to do is I like to use our very wonderful friend. I don't remember the name of this, but I like to use this a lot of the time. But again, this super simple movement, super simple movement. It's always good to break this sort of stuff down step by step. So again, this is the idle for the body. I'm gonna line up the feet a little bit more. So here, I don't want it to go too much. So I'm just gonna bring it just a little bit to the right. So that, bro, this thing doesn't fucking want to do only a little bit. It wants to do a lot. Okay, I don't think it's gonna be my friend today. Hold on. Hello? Why are you fucking locking in, bruh? Okay, I think that's a little bit better. That's what I can do right now, because this shit is pissing me off. So don't worry about that. Oh my god, that actually bothers me so much. Shouldn't you use the anchor point there? I mean, like, it doesn't really matter. Because it still does its sort of like little jumps. So, whatever. It is what it is. Hold on. I'm not gonna touch your feet because I thought the skew was gonna be nice to me today. It is not nice to me today. So we're gonna have to live with his dirty, grimy feet kind of there. So, ignore that. It was playing in the background. I have music very quietly in the background. So do not mind that at all. So, okay. Let's say that this is the fucking body we're using, right? So the body is locked in. Body's locked. It is locked. Now I want to make sure we're moving all of these other items here, which is the arm, the arms, and the hair. Hair and arms work and move in a different way than... Ah! Sorry, someone just said boo in the chat. I got fucking scared. That's a horrible comment to make. How do Hypno's feet smell like? Probably rot, man. This is Coral Chambers from Hollow Knight. Hold on. I gotta lower this music again because I'm a bum. This is Hollow Knight Silk Song. Hold on. There we go. Okay. And so, for this, for the arm, it always moves one frame behind the actual body. So if the body is going down and the head is going down, it's like, here, hold on. Let me see if I can show this. So the arm, right? Here is at its lowest, here, second lowest, middle ground between each one, second highest, and then highest. Okay? That's pretty much how it works. So instead, what we're gonna do is having it so that this, the second frame for the arm, is actually the lowest of the lowest. So that when he's coming down, his arm is following the sort of physics for it. So it goes boom, boom, boom. You see that? And then you can have it delayed a little bit more, and then slowly kind of coming back up even after the body is already sort of down. So like that. You see that? You see how it adds a little bit more to the arm animation now? These tips with animation can be applied in poses too, or the poses have a different process. It's kind of similar. It's kind of similar. Well, no, it is pretty similar. I usually do the head first and then the other stuff. Let me see. W-Top reference. And so this is fine. This is fine as it is. However, it can be better. And so what I'm going to do is, again, apply a little bit more of animation, more of a rotation to it. So as it's up here, it's sort of following through. So it's going to come down, and then here it's going to be fine as it is, but then that's the arm going down. So then it's swing. So like, imagine the movement when you're first starting is like, it's going down, and then it's then swinging back up, essentially, if that makes sense. So here you have the arm sort of going out right here, and then as it's coming in, it makes it look like it's going into towards the body, and then as it's coming back up, now it's going back into its original position, which then we can move a little bit more to the right, and then it sort of eases back in a little bit more. Let me get a little bit closer so I can go. Oh my god, this fucking thing is not being nice to me today. Like that. See that? The arm already looks and feels a little bit better, feels a little heavier. And then if I wanted to, I can even skew it a little bit to the right. So it makes it a little bit more weird looking. Like that, see? And then here, kind of going into the other frame, I'm gonna do this one. There we go. That's a lot better already. Let me bring this down a little bit more. But here you go. You see that? Like the arm already kind of gets a little bit more moved in, sort of like with as it's moving. And feels, at least to me, like there is a little bit more weight to it. Like that. But that is if you do like a very subtle sort of animation for it. And then for this, so now that's one arm done. That's one arm done for now, because I want to, again, I want to apply these. I want to apply the finger movement. And then now I'm going to move this arm as well, which then we follow the exact same thing that we did back here, where you see how it first starts up. So we're going to start up a little bit more. I usually start with a movement first, and then I do rotation. And then, so this is the lowest of the lowest. So we're gonna lower it a little bit more. And then then we are bringing it back up here. Hold on. And then here, again, it's delayed. So imagine as if, like, you know, it's still kind of staying there a little bit. Hold on. Then let me pull this up a bit. There it is. So you have the arm kind of like that. You see that? Where it's already like feeling a little bit more with physics and a little bit heavier. And this is just without, what's the name? The rotation. So now we're gonna do a little bit of the rotation. Since this is, you know, it coming like as if it was a transition between the two, I'm gonna rotate it a little bit to the left so that, you know, it's leaning a bit more. And then as it comes down, it's gonna do the same thing that the head does, where then this is the second lowest. This is like you rotate it a little bit more to the right. Is he like clenching his hand in anger and fury or something? He's just a grabby man. We don't like him. Except Springy. Springy likes them. Now we're going to continue with the movement right here with the follow through. So it's coming up right here. And I want this to sort of transition a little bit better. And then look at that. You see that? The arm looks a little bit better now. It looks a little bit more alive now. Not too bad, honestly. And then, again, all of this is very step-by-step, very step-by-step. Now, I want to connect the body a little bit more to the head, because as you can see here, there's not a whole lot of connection going. So I'm going to go in here. You know, we have the base movement of the body, right? Which is just this, which is great. It's fine. You know, it is what it is. But it can be a little bit better. Wait, did I lock in a little bit more? Come on. Wait, does this fix the fucking issue that I was having before? Hold on. I can move it subtly now. Oh, beautiful. Oh my god, beautiful. Hold on. Bro, this fucking thing is actually like pain in the ass. Okay, I'm just not gonna deal with that. Okay, there we go. I'm not gonna deal with that. Okay, so you got him here, right? So now we want to follow through with his head. We want to make sure that it looks connected. So instead, what we're gonna do is we're gonna look at here. If this head went down to the bottom right, you know, this is the sort of movement that it's doing. And it's coming back up a little bit more, like right here. And so, like, here. I'll turn it on with the... Here. Oh my god, I don't know if this is going to show very well. But you can see here how his head goes, like, from here to here. So it's doing this back and forth sort of movement. So if that is the case, we're going to make his body then also move from the left to the right, leaning a little bit. So essentially, locking this again. Let me get rid of that. Oh, Jerona! Yeah. So now we're going to connect the body with the head. And for that, I'm going to use the skew so that we don't mess up any of the bottom part. Yeah. Want to make sure that we're only moving the top. So here is a little bit more leaning to the right, and then here is already him sort of coming back. So we'll come in here and we're gonna make this leaning a little bit more to the right again. And then I also want to do that again for this one. Actually, no, it's kind of chilling, okay. And then lean this a little bit more to the right. Let me get rid of this fucking arrow. Alright, there you go. And then you can see even in here how much we need to change. So I'm using Flash CS6. So you can see here how the body looks like it's actually connected to the head right here. And it looks great. But then here, the head moves a little bit more than the actual body. So to fix this, either we can actually move the head, which I'm low-key gonna do a little bit because it does a little bit too big of a jump. There we go. And then I'm also gonna fix it up on the actual body itself. So you can see right here where this head moves more than the body does to the left. So we're gonna do in here, and we're gonna move it a little bit more leaning to the left, so that it actually looks like it properly clicks in. There we go. So you can see like his body looks already like a lot more connected. Let me fix his head because for some fucking reason it looks like shite now in terms of the movement. Okay, this is not gonna look the way I want it to. Hold on. I need to lock in. There we go. That's a lot better. Check it out. There it is. That's a lot better. Oh, hold on. Fucked up his arm. Sometimes other things start breaking when you start using the skew thing on other parts. So, hold on. There we go. That's a lot better. And it looks like his body is actually like, you know. Hello, Affleck. Hello. Yeah. So this is essentially pretty much it. Now, what I want to do for this, let me see here. Chris, you're so cute. Thank you. Was someone on the? I need to find their fucking username. But it's some beautiful, beautiful work that they did. It was, it's a Hexmaniac Chimera mouse cursor, which is so insanely cool.
It warms up my bright little heart.
I do not like that. Okay, that's a lot better. See that? That's essentially the sprite for Hypno. So instead, what we are gonna do now, this is a pretty decent sort of movement for him a little bit. Let me fix this. Fuck! Let me fix this arm. You guys composite your cutscenes, or do you just use them raw as they were made? Raw as we make them. Sorry, sometimes when I need to like fix something that's bothering me, I like low-key need to like lock in. And that tends to happen a lot. Ooh, City Lullaby is coming in! That's crazy timing. All right, there you go. I'm a lot happier with this. I'm a lot happier with the sprite. Lot happier with the sprite. Okay, so this is pretty cool. This is pretty great. Love this. That's pretty cool. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use these very beautiful frames I have in here, each one separated and divided in here. This one of his hand kind of jostling around, same thing for this one kind of grabbing. And we're gonna play around with them. So the way I have this set up is each one of these is in a completely different frame. And so in here, I have it set up for, can you see this? Yeah, I think you can. This is the single frame, because you can use it as a loop, where instead it will play every single frame back to back, which is pretty decent. I might honestly even use that for this. This is what? God, I don't remember which one I use. I think this is the lowest it goes. So I'm gonna start this with a 2, and then as it kind of goes in, 2, 3, 4, and 4 goes to 6. I have no idea how this is gonna look like. And sometimes you kind of just like gotta fuck around with it. Oh my God, nope, we're doing single frame. Hell no. We're doing single frames now. There you go. So 2, and this is gonna be a 3, because all of them are back to back on the actual sprite itself. What are you using for the drawing tablet tracking? Let me see. I am using Spud Arm. Spud Arm. That's what I'm using. Spud Arm. And so again, in here, this is frame 3, 4, and then this is gonna be frame 5, and this is frame 6. Yes, and then this is gonna be frame 7. So then you have the hand sort of like doing this sort of movement right now. You know, it's not the sort of entire movement I'd want right now, but I'm pretty happy with it. You know, it's not that bad. Absolutely. Thank you, Springy. Enjoy yourself, my friend. But yeah, see, so it's already kind of has a little bit more movement to it. I did do the sprite for Cumulon. I did do the sprite for Cumulon in Surrogate. So this, it ends with his hand grasping, and so that's essentially what I'm going to be using here first. So for this one, I'm going to be using his hand grasped, then having him sort of letting go. 3, 2, and this works and looks a lot better when it's slower, which is how the actual normal sprite looks like. 1, 1, and then I'm going to make this a 2 actually. Actually, I'm going to use a 4 for this, so that at its lowest, it actually goes to a 5, which is the super clenched up fist. There's the 4, 3. This is going to be a 2, and then there's going to be a 1. There we go. There we go. That's a lot better. Check that out. Check that out. And now we make the sprite feel a little bit more. I use Flash CS6. It feels so much more alive now. It feels a lot more into like his actual character. And again, this is by drawing and animating within one symbol, so that I can pick out each frame as I need to and as I want to. So again, this is pretty decent. You know, not too bad. Not too bad if I say so myself. So this is how I would animate. Oh, right. And then the hair. The hair. Ooh, the hair. Ooh, the hair. I'm not the biggest fan of the hairs. I'm not going to lie to you. I do not like the hairs very much. However, I will teach the power of the hair looks like a little cramp. I think he's sort of in pain. He kind of is. And so for this, we got to really pay attention to the hair. The hair moves sort of in the same way as the arm does, but it's a lot lighter. It's a lot lighter as, like, you know, how it kind of functions. So essentially the hair is going to be swinging a bunch. So this is going to be like on the left because he's coming from the left. And then, so, because again, his sprite is him going from the left, bottom right. So here he is. Yes, I am Brazilian. Hello. So here we're going to have the fluff sort of like kind of swing through for the first few frames. So here starts a little bit more to the left, a little bit more here. It's going to overshoot to the right. So it's going to overswing, and then it's going to come in here. I'm going to make it a little bit more subtle. Hold on. And then this is going to swing a little bit more to the left as well. Here it is. Hold on. I can make this look better. Sometimes it takes me way too long to animate hair, so I just don't do it for as much as I can. How would you know how to separate the fur so it's not a headache to animate, especially considering the colors and lighting? What do you mean? I didn't make the second phase sprite for gold. I only animated the base, so that Snootilus, did the actual sprite for it. And so he actually drew and rendered each frame on, I think Clipsius, not Clip. Clip art? Not clip art. What am I talking about? I do not remember the name of it. Clip Studio Paint! Hello, it's going pretty well. I'm teaching how to do some symbol animation. Or at least how I go about doing it. Oh my god, I fucking hate animating hair. Like, that's pretty decent. I'm not the biggest fan of hair, unfortunately. I think this is like okay. Especially with this just being something that's like hanging from him. Kind of works a little bit differently. I like to use the warp for this a lot, actually, so that I can kind of go in here and do something like that. I think this might come out like poop, actually, so I might undo this. It's not too bad. I wouldn't do a lot of movement on this now thinking about it. It's not too bad, but here we go. Sort of something similar to this. I would spend a lot more time on this if I wanted to. Beef, if you don't like hair, why do you have hair on your head? Ah! Ah! Get this off of me! Get this off of me! Yeah, this is probably what I would do for this. And then for a more complex sprite, because I tend to do 2 head bops, and then I sort of lean them in 2 different ways, is I literally just take the full animation, I copy it over, such as these 2. Hi, Fish Sticks. Fish Sticks, say something. Hello? Fish Sticks! Hi. Hello, kitty cat. Hello. Hello. So then, I want this one to be leaning to the left. And then this one to be leaning to the right. And then essentially move each one as they kind of are. So what I'm gonna do is come over here, get this one that is the one on the left. And essentially what I do, and this is a feature in Flash, no, this is just on YouTube. Hi, Zango. Is it Zango? How do you say that? Zango, Zango. Hello, my friend. No, you're so good. If you want to rewind at any point or even after the stream, yes, this is the extended version of Chimera by Kalevi. What was I saying? God, I don't remember. Okay, however I please. Okay. Zengu. What's up, Zengu? But essentially, this allows me to edit every single frame that's in here. So what I'm going to be doing, and this is a little bit of a cheat, is I'm going to just, if I'm going to animate this to the left, I'm going to skew it to the left a little bit. Skew it, that's the word. I'm going to make sure that these don't end up in here as well. Like that. And then as it's coming back in. Fuck, wait. Am I misremembering how I do this? No, I'm not. I'm gonna go to frickin' everything. So this should be much more to the left than this one. Not that much. Here, hold on. Let me make it a little bit more apparent, so you can see it a little bit better. Make this come back more into the middle. What the fuck? Let me put a frame in that so that doesn't happen again. And this I'm already gonna start leaning a little bit back. This leaning a little bit more back to the left. This one a bunch more. All right. Hopefully this look. Oh, look at that! Ooh, look at that! That's a lot. That's already a lot better. You see that? It's him going left and right, and so I'm gonna, you know, tweak it because we go step by step on this. It's always good to go step by step, especially with so many different things and different intricate movements. But this is sort of how I make more of the complex sort of movements. Let me see. And then this is the normal instrumental. The goat. And then I have to animate the hair differently for this as well then. body, I'm gonna make it lean a little bit more to the right. Oh, right, let me go over shading before I forget. Whenever I do any shading whatsoever, I always start, for anybody that's curious, I always start with the, what's the name? With the darkness first, and then I draw the light on top of it. Because for me personally, that allows me to visualize it a lot more. Very shitty drawing of my Sona. You know, it is what it is. So I'm gonna make myself my skin color, which is however the fuck I made it. I think I made it like a little bit more paler, I think. So a lot of the times, so this is my base skin color that I'm gonna use for myself. And so I'm gonna use a little bit more of a shading for, like, a lot of people do shading with black, which is fine, but then it looks a little dull. So I like to shift it more towards blue/red to give it a little bit more of a blue hue for it, to make it look a little bit more alive. So a lot of the times, let me make this a little bit more like that. A lot of the times I will do this, and for example, if I have the light there, it's been so long since I've done stuff for fucking shading, so if I fuck it up, please do not mind me, or do mind me. So let's say that the light is coming from up here. Always visualize sort of what you want. So instead, what I'm gonna do is, now I'm gonna draw over the parts I imagine are being hit with the light. So it would probably be here. Let me see. Here already. And then I would do, if the light's coming over there, it's gonna be blocking the hair over here. Same thing back here. And then here. And then it hits the ear as well if the tuft of hair is not blocking too much, which it's blocking more towards the middle. So I'm going to do it sort of like that. There we go. And so that's essentially how I go about doing, what's the word? Shading. I always start with the shade first, and then I immediately go into, bro, I gotta update my list, because I had so many more songs, but I'd get shot in the head if John Persona fucking algorithm kind of goes in. But again, this is just sort of how I go about doing shading for any of my sprites or anything else like that. So for Hypno, I would start like here. I'll use him as an example. But for example here, you got to think about where the light is actually coming from. It's coming from here, okay? So it would probably be like in here. Probably wouldn't get the rest of the back here. It wouldn't get underneath his little shit over here, but it would get a little bit of his cheek. So there's a little bit of an indent for him. His eyes kind of stuck down here. Same thing in here. And to give it a little bit more of like proper structure, you know, giving his mouth just a little bit right here. So this would get it. And then since it's three-dimensional, the light would also be hitting down here at his chin. So then you have him. Look at that. Ooh! Ooh, I'm pretty happy with how that looks, actually. I actually really like how that looks. Oh, look at that. Ooh. Ooh. It's always about visualizing where the light is sort of coming from, and then sort of just drawing alongside it. Which is why I prefer drawing with shadows first. But yeah. And for anybody that doesn't know what I just did with the other shit, in Flash, there is the pencil tool that essentially allows you to just like draw over stuff, and then you can just make the color blank, and then it just gets rid of it, but then it still keeps the stuff that you did. So, that's just what I do. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this looks. Hello, I'm doing pretty good. So yeah, that's how I go about shading a lot of the times. Let me see. Is there anything else? I guess I would like make this a little bit darker. Alright, and then I forgot about this little cheek over here that I accidentally erased. Alright. That's pretty decent if I say so myself. But yeah, that would be how I would how I kind of shade stuff. And look at that. It's pretty fucking similar. It's pretty fucking similar. Draw a gay. Bro, I got you. W duty. So then here I want to kind of cut in between the two. Let me. Okay. I think this will be the last loop I do for this fucking thing. Cuts for this fucking thing. But here. So I have this pose going from the left now to the right. In here, you know, here to here. So I want a little bit more of a transition between the two. So I'm going to make this one that we were going to use for the transitioning to the other idol. Again, right here. But then transitioning between both of them. So here goes here, and then this one's going to go to the left. And then here you go, see? You already got much better movement for this. And this was like 20 minutes, not 20 minutes. This was like maybe half an hour to 1 hour probably. Didn't take that long, if you know what you're doing. But this was just a super simple sort of process for actually doing the sprite. Always start with the basics. Always start super simple with your stuff, and then just start developing it and going into it a lot more. That's kind of what I did with Gold's poses. And really anything else along those lines. Let me think if there's a complex idol I've done. God, I do not remember. This over here is an example of like frame by frame, what's the word? Sprites for anybody that is interested. But here, let me see. For the idols. Because this idol doesn't get used like a single time, actually. This doesn't get used a single time. But whatever. But this is the sort of idol. You have the head at its lowest over here, and then as it's coming back up, it's kind of hard to tell, but as it's kind of coming back up, you have it rotating down, sort of following through with it. So again, and then same thing here for poses. For poses, my process is a little bit different in the sort of sense of like, especially, it's a little weird with these sprites because both of these guys are fucking liquids. So it makes it a little difficult. Period gold. No, that's horrible. Don't say period gold. What's wrong with you? That's horrible. Did you do these straight ahead or pose to pose? What do you mean? Gulp. Oh yeah, and then here I have a connection between him and boyfriend. Same thing for boyfriend here, but following what's the word? Sort of just following the movement of the liquid. Where it's like if the liquid is right over here, and then you know the guy is moving to the left, the liquid is most likely gonna stay here, and then you'll have like a guy that's like, "Hello, I'm a guy." And then the liquid is gonna try to follow through, but then it's gonna fall, and then blah, 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 blah. When do both kiss even though they are dead? Bro, both of them are taken. Wink! Like frame by frame, start to finish in order, or in the way where you do the keyframes first and do in-betweens after. Actually, I could go over that. Here. So this was for a beautiful little sprite. And then this is, let me see here. This is, all right. What should we animate? Should, like a head turn? Head turn from left to right, or head to center, I guess. We could do head to center. That would be kind of fine. But, you know, that's up to y'all. What you guys think. I did do all of Gold Sprites. Jump scares were done by Duty, and then I just touched up the animation for it. Walk cycle. Oh, you're horrible. Oh, you're horrible. I barely even know how to do a walk cycle. You're horrible. Yeah, I'll just do like a head turn. So I'm gonna do 2 awesome frames. This is a cool character we're doing. Wait, I could make his fucking head better. We're gonna give him a nice shirt. We're giving him a nice V-neck. He has a very nice V-neck. Okay, this is our awesome character. And you know what? Let's give him an ear. Let's give him an ear. An ear. A beautiful ear. Dude, he's so chopped. Stop! He's beautiful! He's beautiful. He's so freaking cute. He's so freaking cute. Looks like a thumb. Oh, oh wait, I should probably hold on. Let me update the text above to say, we are not freaking looking at my previous work no mo. It's just cutscenes and sprites now. Does your mouse have a little picture of Hex Maniac on it? Yes, it is. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Hold on. Don't copyright kill me. Fuck, I can't use this. Fuck. Whew. Whew, we're back. Phew, we're back. Phew. I'm just gonna put a bunch of like, honestly, I'm just gonna put a bunch of like Hollow Knight. Cause like that music's super chill sometimes. So that's fine. Give him 2 strands of hair? Sure, man. This is a cool character. This is a really cool character. Anything else we should add? Anything else that we should add? La 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 la. Add a name. Name him. Where am I gonna give him a beer belly? Oh lord. Fucking sure, man. All right. Mustache, glasses, finger. No. Give him eyelashes.
He's beautiful. He's fucking beautiful.
He's pregnant. Oh my god, this fucking sucks. This fucking sucks. A little flower? Oh my god. This sucks. No, I'm not. No, I'm not doing that. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Or maybe I can't. Hold on, wait. This looks like John Flower. Yeah, man, this is John Flower. John Flower head turn. Alright, cool. This is John Flower. Why is he Reddit? I literally thought the same exact fucking thing. You can't say that. You can't say that. You're not allowed. Squidward knows. Oh, man. No, now that just looks like a No. It's Kratos style beard. Make him yellow. John the Flower. Oh, no. Okay, this is the character we're doing. I'm not doing anything else. So, in terms of frame by frame animation, you want to do essentially the first frame that you essentially want. So this is the key frame. This is the first one. And then the one where he's like actually looking over. Here, let me see. Yeah, okay. So now we have to draw him. We have to draw him now. Facing us. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. And we want to make sure that it lines up. So let me change this head up just a little bit. Cool. Fucking awesome. Okay. Great. Let me make this not white so it's not as horrible in people's eyes. This is bottom of mouth, bottom lip. This is top of the mouth. Ear goes over here, ear goes over here. Fucking, oh my god. This is our cool fucking character. This is John fucking Flower. Go up, bucket. This is our cool character, John Flower. So I'm gonna then bring this over here. Can't forget the eyelashes. Can't forget the V-neck. God, this is such a horrible character. Fuck, why did I delete that? This music while drawing this is like horrendous. Hope you all know that. Your fault. Okay, cool. I'm gonna make it lean a little bit more so it looks a little bit more interesting. This is our cool fucking character. Make his belly overshoot then bounce down. What do you think I'm gonna make? That's exactly what I'm gonna do. Are you kidding me? That's literally what I'm gonna do.
Like 2 peas in a frickin' pod.
Okay. Ugh. Dude, my neck hurts because I'm like craning over the drawing monitor right now. Okay, so I should not have signed myself up for this, dude. Oh my god. Since he's facing us, this little ball on their head is gonna be a lot bigger since, you know, they're actually facing us. So unshrimp thyself. I'm trying, okay? I'm trying. Okay, so cool. Now I want to animate an in-between both of these. So I have something to actually kind of base it off of. So what I like to do a lot of the time, I don't know if this is like valuable at all, but it's finding both endpoints of something and then literally just drawing the middle of it. So this would be where the eye would go, where their left eye would go. So this is right in the middle. There's a little ball right here. Right over here. So I'm gonna do that right there. Alright, there we go. Alright, there you go. Can you make a face appear on his belly when it giggles to the side? When it giggles to the side. Oh, Harley, that's horrible. Why do you... This is what my great friend Harley Egu just did. It's beautiful fan art of of John Flower. Thank you, Harley. Aw, you drew toes? Oh, I'm not animating that toe. Hell no. Hell no, 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 no. This is from the for people that don't know, this is made by the person. Harley is the person that made the Chimera model and her special animations. And hexes. Sorry, Chimera hexes model and special animations. So the ear, this goes here, in the middle, down the middle. Actually gets smaller, so I'm gonna be doing probably something like this. Where's the flower part in fucking John Flower? It's right here. It's this little spindly thing. It's the cool ball flower. So that's sort of what I do to find a little bit of a middle ground. And then I will try to draw in between these lines over here. Fuck. But then sometimes you kind of just gotta eyeball this shit, dude. Hold on. Let me see if I can even do this. Because they start leaning towards the right, which means... It's built like a Petscop character. Guys, that's horrible. So this is the cool base shit that we have for this right now. Since it's turning to face us, it is going to be a little bit big, getting a little bit bigger. And actually, what I'll do to make it like a little bit more interesting is I'll actually have them go through down the bottom.
Yes. Yes, it's all coming together, you see.
Yeah, I lied. Okay. So this is actually going to be down. To make it a little bit more of an interesting sort of movement. And here's their other eye. My brain can't think with this fucking character, dude. I don't even know what I'm drawing anymore. Oh my god, this sucks. Oh my god, this sucks. Oh my god, this sucks. Am I chopped? Am I a chopped fucking animator? Okay, that actually doesn't look half bad, animation-wise. So this is essentially the ending shot that we're gonna do. So this is the rest. And I wanted to do like a little bit of an overshoot. So we're also gonna be animating that. So this is the rest pose. It's gonna turn around a little bit. I'm gonna keep its side over here. There we go. Can you beat Hypno? Dude, yeah. Are you kidding me? Could you show us another sneak peek from the next Corruption episode? No, 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 no. No, no, no. Phantom is gone to bed. I'm not doing that no more. I don't work on Corruption no more. Well, technically, that's a lie. I already just did. I still do. I realize this is gonna take a little longer than I thought. These are cool character, guys. You guys like him? What's your guys' opinion on John Flower? Anger, disgust, beauty, awe-inspiring. He will beat the entire Lullaby verse. The Lullaverse. It can't extend the farthest reach that we have, which is this one for the belly. This is a really cool character. So I'm gonna make it lean a little bit more between the middle frame. So this is like middle. So again, you just kind of got to break stuff down step by step for yourself, just like in Sprite Animation, but also in here. So then we got to find oh my god, an ease for this. Why am I? It's going down. Actually, I'm gonna bring this up. There you go. There you go, that's a lot better. So again, in here, I'm gonna probably make the eye a little bit more here, because we want to make it essentially ease into the, what's the word? Into the pose itself. Into the end pose. So we don't want it to be too far away. But we also don't want it to be too close. Let me see. Okay. We're gonna bring his head from the little lower spot that he kind of had going on. Gonna make his ear show up just a little bit. Harley, I hope you're enjoying this cool fucking character if you're still here. Again, we want to make sure that we're easing into this pretty decently. How does this look so far? Oh my god. Oh my god. He's an icon. There we go. There we go. That's a lot better. And we gotta also animate his big belly. Fuck! We're gonna animate it going up just a little bit, so it kind of looks a little bit more like it's kind of coming through as well. Hold on. And then we just adjust the things that we need to adjust. Sometimes I do like animations by taking the sketch and then breaking it down a bunch. There we go. You know, because like all of the belly is still all the way over here on the left. Gotta follow the little ping pong ball on their head. Hold on. Yeah, what Harley said. Fuck, hold on. Hello. 1 second. This is John Flower. Isn't it beautiful? Zombie the goat. Zombie the goat. This is John Flower, bro. Check it out. He's swinging around. He's swinging around to look at you. Just loves John Flower. Bro, oh my god, I haven't even fucking done like cutscene planning. Oh, that's gonna be a lot easier though, so that's gonna be fine. Honestly, we could even use John Flower as the candidate for that. Oh no, man. Whatever needs from me. Goodbye, brother. No, I did not hear when you farted at the door. Alright. You think you're funny. You think you're very funny. Alright. 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 I'm gonna be streaming for eternity. How? No. Can we get belly jiggle physics? That's what I'm trying to do right now. Guys, he did it with his fucking hands in his mouth. Hands in his mouth? On his mouth. He didn't actually shart. This is my first impression of the stream. And you know what? Now we're gonna do the overshoot. The belly. The belly's gonna swing around. Because that's what you fucking guys want, apparently. So it's still gonna end in the same spot, but then we're gonna just make it coming around here again. I don't even know if this is gonna look good. Oh my god. Fuck. What's up, John Flower? I love you. I love you. With this fucking music, man. His big, large belly needs Studio Ghibli type smoothness. I know. I know it does. I know it does. I know it does. I'm trying to figure out how the hell I'm gonna animate this. This sucks. Oh. This actually sucks so bad. Huh? I'm gonna have the belly going over the other side. Lord. This sucks. How do I hit him? Don't hit him. What did he ever do to you? It's hot as fuck. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
Problem is I can't disagree with you.
Oh, he's so beautiful. He's so fucking beautiful. Oh my god. Oh my god. I think you may have maybe create the best. No, I was reading that. No. Oh, what's up, Fish Sticks? What's up, kitty cat? Hi. Hello. Wolf growling gif. Can you please add him to the mod? Yeah, man. Hi, Fish Sticks. Hi, baby girl. W kitty cat. Don't bite me. Ow. I'll actually properly explain this towards the end. I'm like low-key losing my mind right now. Oh my god. He has so much aura. Yeah, man. I like broke my own fucking rules, bro. This is horrible. Okay. This is their fucking rest thing. They used to have a rest and then we made it overshoot. Huh. gonna make this ease in a little bit more. This is a really cool character. If fan art is made, make sure to use hashtag John Flower. Picto, this is John Flower, dude. Dude, that's John Flower. Come on, man. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's so horrible. Hold on one freaking sec. Oh my god, that's so horrible. Oh my god, that's so horrible. Oh my god. No, not Bowser fart. No, do not be talking about talking about that. Now we gotta ease the belly back again. But then obviously, you know, it still has a little bit of wobble still in it, so. Alright, there you go. Will John Flower bloom someday, or is John in an eternal bulb state? Right now, he's in a bulb state, but he will, you know, bloom one day. When the mod is done. When the fan game is done, sorry, because it's a fan game, not a fucking mod. Alright. Oh my god! Oh my god, that's horrible. And then I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna animate the mouth as well to kind of like jiggle just a bit. Hi, Duty. What's up, bro? Dude, it's John Flower. Do you not recognize your own father? Your friend is drawing John Flower? Oh no. Thicken the outline for this a little bit more. There we go. I think that should be it. This is why they pay me the big bucks. All right, man. All right. This is our goat. This is our goat. Hold on. Can't forget the other marks on his stomach. Hold on. Duty, what do you think? Bro, I see you asking me about can Hypno survive the corruption or not, bro. I don't know. These worlds don't have anything to do with each other, bro. I cannot know. I do not know. I cannot tell you. Alright, there we go. He's so cute, crying face. Why would you say that? I mean, like, you're right, but he's like, huh? Really? You really think so? Yeah. Wow, really? You really view me that way? Oh, thanks. Alright. Alright. Yeah, John Flower can't survive the corruption. 1000%. Have you seen him? The corruption goes in his belly and he just erupts. You know, like that's just that's our John Flower right there. All right, there he is. Let me add a little bit more of an ease into this, honestly. No, I will not be doing anything corruption related no more. I'm done with corruption. Alright, there we go. I'm gonna hide this ear a bit more. Make this one a little bit more pronounced. Oh my god. Gotta conserve that mass. Alright, there we go. I think that's enough, John Flower. Can John Flower do a front flip? I'm not animating him doing a front flip. Alright, what do you guys think? Is he beautiful or what? Oh my god, someone made John Flower fan art. Oh my god. Oh my god, someone made it. Ah! Ah! Oh my god. Whoever did this, their username on the fucking beef community server is Deathwish FNF. Bro, you're crazy. You made a 2011 John Flower? Bro, what are we doing? What are we doing, bro? What are we doing? Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. I gotta animate the fucking antenna. Hold on. It's imperative. The music is even telling me how imperative this is. I'm so fucking scared right now. Fuck. Oh my god. Well, guys, this is how you do frame by frame animation. I hope you like it. Fuck. Oh my god. You want him to open his eyes? Why? Why? Are you guys learning? I hope you guys are liking the, how to learn. Great lesson. I know everything now. Hello, welcome. I just went over how to animate frame by frame. No, I didn't. I just started doing it. For people that want to know, you start from your first pose, then whatever pose it is that you want as your end, and then finding a sort of middle in between each one so that you can really put that to the test and then still, you know, transition between the two. And then kind of in the same way that you would do like sprite animation, which we did this in this stream today. It's always starting with your lowest and then your second lowest. So again, starting here with the one all the way to the left. This one, not as much to the left, going more to the right. Let me pull this up a bit more. There we go. Same exact way. Same exact way. Someone posted fucking... Oh my god. John Flower watching Serena and Hex kissing on the community server for my community server. How many frames would you think is a good FPS? 24. 24, I would suggest definitely as like... I feel like that's the best one. I feel like 24 frames per second is probably the best you're ever going to really be doing. I mean, you can animate with 30 and even 60, but really learning on 24, which is more of like the sort of average and casual one that's really in between everything, is what I would probably suggest as like the best way of sort of going with. Easiest to work with, 24. As a beginner, 24. I mean, even having a little bit more experience, I like to animate with 24. Animate with 18? Hell no, no, no. 24 FPS and working strongly with 2s over 1s. Working and animating with 2s, I mean, like, all of this is animated in 2s. I could honestly fucking make this, like, a little bit more... Oh my god, hold on. If we wanted to speed him up, turning around, we can make some of these 2 frames into 1 frames, and then the turns a little bit longer to give it sort of more of a impact for this beautiful character that we make. It's pretty fun. I prefer 24 over a lot more. What's with the Mommy Mirror spider thing in the thumbnail? Am I just out of the loop? Is it from one of them? No, it's not from Athos mods. Hell no, no, no. It's from FNF Corruption. Here, I can even show it again for those that are interested.
Where is this thing? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's not in Hypno, it's in Corruption. Mommy Mirror Spider.
Here she is. Add impact frames? We're not doing that here. This is not an impact frame art tutorial. This is animation tutorial. Fuck, this is all just for Sprite. This is way too long. This is for FNF Corruption. For anyone that does or doesn't know. But I also broke down earlier in the stream how to go about this. So if you are interested in taking a look at it, definitely when the VOD for this is up, go ahead and take a look. I'm going to be trying to time it properly as well, like put like actual timestamps. So if you want to skip ahead, you can also just kind of go in between each one. But yes, that's that. Fucking John Flower, everybody. Give him a round of applause.
Yeah, John Flower! The goat! The goat! The goat!
Beef is Ibis also now right animation software? It's pretty good. Studio Paint is also, or Clip Studio Paint is also pretty good. What mod was that for? FNF Corruption. The one from 5 years ago. Flip the colors for the impact frame. Oh my god, sure, man. Fucking sure, man, because why not? You know, why not? Alright, one impact frame incoming. One impact frame fucking incoming. Oh my god, the amount of people drawing fan art of John Flower is so astounding to see. Oh my fucking god. Oh, that's horrible. That doesn't even do anything. Hold on. I can make this better. I can make this better so it's not as horrible on the eyes. Fuck. Hold on. There we go. What? No, don't do that. No! Ah! Okay, that's fine. This sucks, dude. Like, this actually blows. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. Oh my god, that's horrible on the eyes. Hold on. That's all you're getting, man. I'm not adding anything else to this. This blows. This actually sucks. Let me see. Fire Alpaca. I used to use Fire Alpaca. Not for animations. But definitely for art. I used to be really invested in the Undertale community. So that was fun. Sprite animation wise, I think that's pretty much it. I kind of went some pretty extensive stuff for this. Frame by frame animation's kind of decent to do. It's pretty easy. It's just doing a bunch of like ease-ins and then finding the middle and then drawing whatever you really want to kind of be the end and the start and so on and so forth. In terms of cutscenes, okay, are we good on sprites? Are we good on sprites? I'm gonna move on to cutscenes, which is honestly pretty easy. It's pretty easy. For a lot of the people that are interested in doing this. So, in terms of cutscenes, I've done a lot of cutscenes. I've done some for Mario's Madness, Mistful Crimson Morning, Corruption, Hypno's Lullaby. I did the Safety Lullaby one where she's actually coming into the place. and finding boyfriend. And then also Bald Guru. Cutscene of John Flower. I'm not drawing John Flower again. Hi, Eden. _ essence. Is it easy with realism style like the one in monochrome? That was animated by Duty. It's a little bit difficult because you're dealing with a lot of different lines and line thickness is very thin. Hold on. My God. Oh my God. Hold on. Here's some John Flower for anybody that's interested. Again, here's our beautiful John Flower. Forgot it. Oh no, you did do his eyelashes. Oh, you did do his eyelashes. That's awesome. You did do the eyelashes. Thank you. And then Shinto. This was done by Mr.Whippa78. He's so hot. Don't say that. Don't say that. That's horrible. Actually, no. He. Anyways, 22 Niles. Shinto and Gray. Flower. Fuck, man. God damn it. No, I'm not doing that. God. Okay, let me think. Let me think. So in terms of cutscenes, it's always imperative to start with a storyboard. You know, it's like, it's essentially what it is exactly that you really want to be getting out of a scene. Let me actually show super quick the one for Chimera, because the Chimera storyboard is pretty decent. Let me make sure I don't gulp. Let me make sure that I'm not leaking anything. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty decent. Okay, cool. Great. This doesn't spoil anything. This is the original storyboard for Chimera. It's figuring out essentially everything that you want to... Picto! I am in fucking awe. I am in fucking awe, Picto. Picto, what? Picto. What are we doing? What are we doing? You did this so quickly. You did this way too quickly. I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe either. Don't let Picto be bored again. Yeah, I kind of figured. Is John Flower gonna be a new plushie? Yeah, on the shelf now? Yeah, he is. Yeah, of course. That's Picto. Fucking hell. Okay, so storyboards are very, 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 very... I'm trying to move on from that. They're very... It will be this exact model. Yeah, I fucking figured. I fucking figured it would be. God, man, you're nuts. You're nuts. You're actually nuts. So, the Chimera storyboard, essentially when I was first making it, this is literally planning out everything that you want to show up or happen in the scene itself. So, in here, I have Serena showing up, coming in, singing her little song. She's like, huh, hello? Takes pictures, you know. This is all the planning that goes into the events of the song. And then you can actually change cutscenes. You can do different things if you want to. But this is essentially how it kind of looks like. So, hi, John Flower. And so, a lot of the times, whenever I do any cutscene whatsoever, I always start with the storyboard, so you can actually see that here. I don't know how good of a fucking tutorial this is gonna be. I'm not gonna lie to you. Hold on. Just because storyboards are, or rough animations are so rough sometimes, literally. So like here, like this is a great example. This is literally mapping out the animations within the actual scene itself. So this is a shot that was unused. Let me see if I can actually find one that is not as finished. Let me get that super quick for people interested. Oh, I completely forgot about the alpha, not the alpha, the beta version of the collector's voice. Completely forgot to show that. That's my bad. If people here are still interested, I can pull that up. If I can find it somewhere. Bye, Zango. Bye, Zango. Shiny mango. Okay. Time charts are also another thing that you can try and pick up and learn on. Those are a little bit different, but this is like the sort of planning that I do with sort of the more rough animations. So this is or more of the complicated animations. So this is, you know, Serena looking up and actually like reacting. So for example, between these two shots, all I did was literally grab the hair in between each one, move it a little bit more, and then for the head, literally just shift things, like kind of hiding it a little bit more here, leaning it a little bit more to the side, and then by doing that, I can sort of make the rough animation for this. And then I go in and I sort of like reanimate a bunch of stuff. So in terms of cutscenes, I kind of mentioned before, but starting out your cutscenes with symbol animation is probably the simplest and easiest thing that you could possibly ever do. It's such a long process for cutscenes a lot of the time, but you know, it's like, it's pretty easy once you actually get the proper steps sort of in and working and properly sort of structured. In terms of cutscenes, this is my advice for anybody doing cutscenes. There's this thing. I went to film school.
I went to film school. I'm very important.
But I went to film school, and one of the main things that I'm using John Flower as my wallpaper now. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by wallpaper? What exactly could you mean? Oh, whatever, man. Oh, oh my lordy loo, bro. Oh my god, there's more John Flower fan art. Oh my days. If anybody's interested or curious about the John Flower fan art, please go to the community server in the pinned. You'll find it in there probably. Oh my god. Okay, so one thing I learned, especially in film school, is the 180 rule. It's a very important rule in order to help your characters not feel, or your audience not feel as missed out on what's really going on in the situation and everything that's sort of happening. So imagine that this is the space. Let's imagine this is the door. This is John Flower's house. Okay, this is John Flower's house. So we have a very beautiful kitchen right over here for Mr. John Flower. Let's give him a very beautiful little bathroom right here, and a cool bedroom because he's fucking awesome. And then I'm gonna give another bathroom. I don't know why I'm doing all this, but I'm doing this. The door goes in like that. That's all you really need to know. Bathroom right here. This is the poop room. This is the poop room. This is the pee room. Okay? We have the poop and pee room established. Great. Perfect. And so, essentially, if you are doing a scene over here, and you have John Flower and his iconic friend, Jane Toe. This is Jane Toe. Okay? This is Jane Toe and John Flower. Jane Toe and John Flower. Jane Toe and Todd. Huh! What? It's a tongue twister now. Jane Toe, John Flower. John Flower, Jane Toe. Whatever, I'm not doing that. So if you are going to be doing a scene with them, right? And you have the sort of camera right here. And this is something I try to keep in mind every single time whenever I'm doing any of these shots or any of these sort of things, is if you're going to have a camera that's filming in this direction, in this shot, right? Like this is how the shot is going to look like. You're going to have John Flower right here. And then you're going to have Jane Toe. Okay, these are our iconic, awesome characters. Fuck, this sucks. Hold on. Okay, whatever. That's her design now. Okay. If you're gonna be having them in this shot, and you want to swap the camera around, essentially, if this is your shot, the 180 rule means that you can put up the camera any other place you want that's facing towards them, as you may want, possibly. Ever. You put the camera here, you put the camera here, you could put the camera here, you could rotate it this other way if you wanted to, but never should, or at least there's some cases where you can break the 180 rule, but it really depends. But you should never put it like this, because now if it cuts from this shot to this shot, now you're getting a sudden jump in between each one. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad, because then the viewer is already lost, because they're used to seeing, for example, John Flower on the left side of the screen and Jane Toe on the right side of the screen. That's very important. Very important thing to keep in mind is always keeping in mind the actual character's location. Whether they are on the left, on the right, in the middle, on the top, on the bottom, doesn't really matter as long as you're keeping that in mind. So that if you are going to be cutting ahead, like if you want an up-close shot right here. Right here. Here we go. Right here. And you want to really capture John Flower's expressions and how he feels about something that Jane Toe is talking about. The shot then is going to be looking like this. Hold on. You're going to get John Flower. He's like, what? What the hell? What the hell? No, I thought you loved me for my belly. I thought you loved my little belly. My belly's so cool. Why don't you love me anymore? And then so suddenly, now you have this very beautiful character right here. And then you have Jane Toe right here. Okay? So you know, and we've already established that Jane Toe is going to be on the right and John Flower is going to be on the left. So this is essentially the shot that you're getting. If you wanted to do an up close on Jane Toe, it's literally the complete polar opposite of this. Or here. Where now you have John Toe, or not John Toe, what? John Flower over here. And then you have Jane Toe over here. Okay? So that if you are cutting between these two, you can show her expressions and his expressions back and forth without making the loser, without making the audience lose their perspective in sort of what is being going on and what's showing and everything else along those ways. Because then you have it like this. Another thing to keep in mind that I adore. Yes, this is an argument between Jane Toe and John Flower, I guess. This is what I got from your animation tutorial. Thanks so much, Beefy. You taught me this. I didn't teach you. I didn't teach you how to draw John Flower with his mouth opening up and down. I didn't teach you that. You did that yourself. Or I mean, I guess I did. Oops. Their ship name would be Tower. Their ship name would be Tower. Wow. Toe Bloom. Toe Bloom is pretty good too. I actually really like Toe Bloom. Anyways, we're moving on. We're moving on. So very important thing to keep in mind. And I'm going to show as exactly this on, for example, like the Serena cinematic. So in the first shot here that you have, you're used to having Serena on the left, and then essentially, actually, we changed this actually in game, so she is actually over here. Haha. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. 1 second. So she's here. So your eye immediately, whenever it came to the planning of this, your eye went from here, following her all the way over here, and ended and lasted right here. Okay? So that's very important. So now we've established that she's gone from the left to the right, and then her last position is on the right. Great. Now when it comes to this shot, right, that was supposed to be, you know, cut into this. Is this a Q&A? This is not a Q&A. This is me going over cutscene and sprite planning. So ignore the Serena link. And then so between these two shots, your eye is already on the right side of the canvas. So one other thing I also do whenever I'm planning any cutscene is dividing the actual scene itself with the rule of thirds. Not the rule of thirds, but a 9 quadrant, essentially, where this is another very important thing for filmmaking. This is a very, very important thing for cutscenes and filmmaking and anything along those lines. So one thing that a lot of people's eyes are always drawn to are these intersections. These intersections are very important and usually get a lot of the people's eyes and attention to going there. So here I have this being the focus and this being the focus. Doesn't really matter right now because, you know, kind of is what it is right here. But even then here, you know, her eye lands right here. Never mind. We're moving on from that. It was mostly for her eyes. It was mostly for her eyes, I promise. It wasn't for anything else. It wasn't anything else, I promise. I promise, I promise, I promise, I promise, I promise. I promise, I promise to God. Oh my God, that's horrible. Okay, anyways. This shot was a little bit different. I was going to position her a little bit more to the left, but either way, you have her, her head. Don't die, Serena. And so, again, this right here is the exact position of where your eye is going to be. It's a pretty good intersection. And so, you know, I do that. Here as well, again, here, oh, hold on, let me show this as well. So this, I don't have, I don't have the thing for it. But it used to be like the door, there was a door right here, and then there was like the wall. It was very beautiful stuff. And then so essentially you follow Serena's gaze going from the right side looking around to then looking to the left. You're like, okay, wait. She's looking to the left. Why is she looking to the left now? So then you're going to be looking to the left. At least that's the idea. That's the goal. And then when it does cut, it's now cutting already to the left, where Serena is now coming on from the left side of the screen, and that which is already where your eye already is placed. That was very important for especially this planning. Was essentially making sure that your eye is either being guided or we're cutting between each scene in a way that still makes sense for you as the viewer that's, you know, watching and paying attention and essentially going over everything. So this was my planning for this part specifically. In the game as well, for the shots where Serena is taking pictures of the house, she is always on the right side of the screen for all of these shots here. I made sure to place her on the right side of the screen so that this actually is flipped around. Oops. It's flipped around. That is actually pretty accurate, but it's more like that. And then this is not used. There was a different shot that we instead used for this. But essentially that was sort of the planning that went behind that cutscene. It's essentially making sure that you are not disorienting your viewers and the people that are coming to watch your story or whatever it is that you're doing or want to be doing. Let me see if I can find an actual... Is this the export? I think this is the export. Right. So then, here it is. So I had her like this in the space. Then I had her like this in the space. Then like that. And then peeking around the corner into the kitchen. And then her walking through the left is specifically so that when she is taking a photo here, it's flashing all of this other space, which now you're going to be looking at. It's being highlighted by the actual camera's flash. So your eye is already going to be going here. So that when it cuts, boom, there she is, already on the left. And already she's really super recognizable. She's pretty big on the screen, so you can't really lose where she is. It's pretty, you know, pretty decent. But, you know, that was sort of the idea behind it. And then when it cuts, you know, the camera goes from here to then her looking down at the camera. When animation studio, this is Flash CS6 drawing software. You can also do that for Adobe Animate. Adobe Animate is also decent for this. But when she's looking at the camera, now your perspective is already down the middle. You know, it's like, this is your perspective right here with the camera. She's holding the camera. She's like, what the hell? This has been going for 4 hours and 40 minutes. We're actually starting to wrap up. But since your perspective is already down in the middle, I'm going to bring back her. Where is... Okay. Oh, here it is. Here it is. This is it. This is it, my beautiful friends. This is my beautiful friends. This is with the actual thing. So when she shifts over, her perspective is going to the door. And you're actively, if you're not even looking at the rest of the house, and you're just looking at Serena, now you're also further motivated to actually look at the rest of the house by her turning around. Her looking down on the camera is literally down in the middle of the screen. So then when it cuts and then shows Serena on the front, it's, you know, your eyes is already here, is already looking, is already paying attention, and then it does the full turnaround. And then when it turns around, again, this is another use of the camera turning around or moving, is it then shifts Serena all the way to the left of to the right side of the screen, and then Hex on the left side. So when she's backing up every single time, it's her either staying on the right side or slightly moving from the middle left to the right, and then it's always Hex on the left side. So you're never getting lost. You're never trying to figure out where exactly you are. It's always in this perspective to make sure that the player is not getting lost. That was very, 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 very important for this entire process and making sure that the cutscene made a lot of sense for anybody here, really. So again, rule of thirds is very important. Very, very, very important. Let me do it again over here. I hate doing these without an actual proper guide. Okay. This is as good as we're gonna be able to fucking get with this, okay? So, again, hi Beef, I'm thinking of starting to get into drawing because of your arts and creation. Oh, thank you. That's so cool. Do you have any tips or any suggestions that would help a lot? Thank you. Study anatomy. You know what? Fuck study anatomy. Nah. Don't study anatomy. Well, do that, but later. Instead, look at your favorite pieces of media, your favorite pieces of art, and then, honestly, growing up, I traced shit as a kid. I didn't upload them. I'm not saying to trace things and post them. I'm saying trace and learn from them. Do not post them anywhere if you are going to be tracing. But a lot of the times, a lot of artists will essentially learn by using someone else's sort of perspectives or anatomies or the way that they draw. For example, one thing that I was studying, for example, was for Serena's eyes. I did not know how to draw eyes whatsoever. Both of, like, this eye, I think is inspired from me learning and watching Chainsaw Man. And it was Chainsaw Man and then Look Back. I think that's the film. Duty was talking about it before. But always pick up and look into the media that you like. Guidelines are pretty important. Something that I always keep in mind is the distance of an eye, or like the distance between the eyes, is most often than not, a lot of the time it can change, but a lot of the times it's the same size as the actual eye itself. So this amount of the eye usually can fit in between. It's like drawing 3 eyes back to back. Where if you're like, hello, I'm an eyeball. Hello, I'm a cool fucking eyeball, man. Like that. There we go. Like that. And you're like, you got a cool fucking character that now is fucking awesome. You're like, hello, I like to look at you now. That's, for example, like one of the things that you could do. Any app good for communication similar to Discord if you're unable to... Discord exists, or not Discord, Skype exists. Skype is still cool, I guess. I'm not entirely sure on any other stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for asking. It really depends on what you really want. TeamSpeak is pretty decent. What animation software, not studio, is more worth it? I'm trying to get into animation a lot more. If you're going to be starting, I definitely recommend, if you can get one, Flash CS4 or Flash CS6. That's an older version of Adobe Animate. Adobe Animate is also pretty decent because it just has super basic, simple stuff. A lot of other pieces of software or animation software, like, for example, Toon Boom, Harmony, or whatever bullshit it's called, can change a lot and has a lot of stuff going on in them to the point that it gets a little bit confusing. So, you know, I haven't dabbled in it too much. But I prefer Flash CS6 because everything that I need is in here. It's super simple, super basic. Oh wait! Someone asked me, how do I make something glow? Oh my god, so sorry. I hope you're still here. If not, that's okay. But in Flash, you turn it into a movie clip. Then you go into filters, you add glow, and you literally can just do that. And you can just change it to however way you want. That's literally just how to add glow. It's pretty easy. It's pretty decent. But this is how I drew Serena's eyes. Same thing for this. This is like the eye itself. We kind of went over it before, but animating everything inside of a symbol so that I can just sort of pick between each frame. But yeah. Do I have any animation tips? Start with sprites. Honestly, start with FNF sprites. Adobe Illustrator is good, but I wouldn't use it for animation. Let me see. I always struggle on the eyes. Again, look at media that you like and what you think looks good, you know, and try to figure out exactly how it is that they do eyes. Here, let me see. Chainsaw Man. Denji. Hold on. 'Cause I really love the way that they do the eyes. Hold on. Like, this is pretty decent. This is a little bit more of like the Duty's art style is actually based off of, or kind of studied it off of Chainsaw Man a little bit. The other one that we were talking about is Look Back. Let me see if I can get but the eyes drawn in that are so beautiful. Such beautiful, beautiful eyes here. Animate is really good for figuring out eyeballs. It's pretty good. So again, I definitely would recommend it. How common are 3D artists in the FNF community? Not very common, honestly. I kind of got very lucky with having the people on the team. Would you say they're just as sought after as 2D artists? Not really. Yes, Duty. Yes, bro. I was just talking about you, Duty. For the nose, what is the best way to draw them? Depends. Again, some artists do like this sort of easier sort of look to them. The way I draw my Sona, even if you look at it, and how I even draw like other stuff, is I will always draw a little squiggly, a little Z. This is also another one people do. Hold on. Okay, there you go. So a lot of people will do like a Z. Some people like to do this. Some people like to do that, I guess. I don't know it too much. That's another one people like to do. People like to just draw like the nose itself, which is also decent. Some people like to just do the nostrils. It really depends. It depends on what it is that you like to do, and what you think looks good. Because, you know, it's all relative to the very wonderful artist behind the work. Ugh, me with eyes is fucking weird, bro. I have not drawn this before. Or I guess I kind of have, but it's just weird. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you want to, go ahead, you can. How do I escape art block? I don't really have art block. Is that weird to say? I haven't really had art block in a really long time. I kind of prepare my stuff ahead of time to the point that I just don't really deal with art block. It really depends. The Frostbite stuff that we've been doing and preparing behind the scenes has also been pretty cool. I'm really happy with the storyboard for that. If I'm feeling miserable and I don't feel like drawing, which again is like super rare, I will just play video games or just challenge myself in whatever way that I do or want to. How do you do the mouse tracking thing? I use something called Spud Arm. Spud Arm. Someone else was also asking me about this. It's called Spud Arm. That's what it's called. That's all you gotta know. But yeah. Based off of artists that you love. How often do I stream? I might have to go. I want to watch these streams more often. Even then, take breaks often. Yes. I don't know how many people here would be down to continue watching my streams. I would love to continue doing streams down in the future for like animation or art or even just like animating sprites. Maybe even just playing video games with other like FNF creators. But that really depends on people. If you guys really want to, feel free to throw that in the chat. Would love to actually gauge how many people would be coming to these. But art streams, definitely I'm more than happy to do. But yeah. Let me think. The community server is also pinned for anybody that wants to go on there, because that's where I'm going to be doing the notifications for these streams, because I don't want to be sending into the Cabinet of Novelty server. I feel like, you know, that's not the point of that server. Anyways, that aside, dude, I'd love to do Jackbox. Oh, I'd love to do Jackbox. Oh my god, I would love to do Jackbox. Between the devs and then have like the viewers as like the actual audience. I think that would be so cool. Good night. Thank you for coming in. Anyways, sorry, super long-winded backtrack. Rule of thirds. Rule of thirds. Very, very, very important. And something that I try my best to keep in mind. I know I kind of already talked about it, but for example, did I just delete John Flower? Hell no. Okay, good. So we talked about it before, but keeping these spots right here as the main focuses are pretty important. So if you're going to do a character, usually putting something like here is pretty decent, because then the person's like looking at their mouth, and like here their eyes and whatever, or their forehead. So like you have a bullet going through. That's pretty decent. If you're gonna be like, for example, let me see. So like you have a character here. A lot of the times, if you're gonna be doing a scene with two different characters, keeping one on the left, like if they're kind of like looking between each other, you have one here, and then you have the other one like right over here. Hold on. A lot of movies do this. I would definitely recommend studying movies if you're into wanting to do cutscenes. Definitely 1000% recommend. And try to think why things are sort of structured the way that they are. But here, oftentimes, you'll have the character here, and you know, the person they're talking to is to the right. And so when you have this blank space, you're already expecting and assuming that the person that they're talking to is essentially this way. Or even if they're looking, you know, they're looking down, like, oh my god, I'm so fucking sad, fuck. You at least know that then you have, like, this other person that's like, yeah, man, whatever, bruh. Kind of looking back at each other. And again, this sort of goes with, like, the thing I was talking about between keeping specific characters on specific sides. So if one character is going to be on the right, always try to keep them on the right side whenever you can. Or if a character is on the left, always try to keep them on the left. That's sort of what I would recommend for this sort of thing, for anybody that's really interested in getting into cutscene work. Two characters going shimmy shimmy yeah, shimmy ya, drink, la 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 la. So it really depends. It really depends on what it is that you want to show, what you want to convey. A lot of the times, if you want to, for example, convey like the characters being like in a bad mood with each other or just not liking each other, what you can do is literally separate them. Keep one character on the left side, again, you know, leftmost quadrant, and then most farthest right quadrant. That's another one. And then it shows this sort of space in between this stuff. Cutscene is a lot about the control of the viewer's eye. Yes. That's a phenomenal point. Cutscene is a lot about the control of the viewer's eyes. Because the moment you swap to a different shot that breaks the 180 rule, if you want to know more about the 180 rule, I definitely recommend looking at it and searching it up online. Because there's a lot of guides that sort of go over that. But I definitely, if you're missing someone or like you do a shot and then it messes up with someone, it's gonna confuse the hell out of them. It's gonna make the scene, they're not gonna be focusing on the emotions. They're gonna be focusing on what it is that they just swapped to. It's going to be completely removing their perspective away from the actual moment in the scene going on. And so being able to understand how the camera moves, how it should move, the viewer's eyes and everything else along those lines is very, very, very important for good cutscene work, in my opinion. And so like there's a couple cutscenes I want to change. Let me see if there's one. Girlfriend coming in from the right to the middle, then it cuts, and then she's on the left. Yeah, I gotta change that cutscene. There's a couple cutscenes I want to make a little bit better, especially like the Safety Lullaby one. But that's neither here nor there. What else? Is there anything else I'm really missing for cutscene work? Hi, Fistix. Hi. Fistix, say something. Fistix. Hi, kitty cat. Fistix. Hello. That was a great That was a great meow. W Fish Sticks. W Fish Sticks the goat. Hello, Fish Sticks. I love you. Cutie freaking kitty cat. To break rules the right way, you first need to understand them. Yeah, pretty much. If you're gonna be doing like stylized art or animation or anything else along those lines, it's pretty important that you understand proper movement and animation and that sort of stuff. How did you guys even go from scary ghost girl that says no one bug takes control of you? Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of intricacies to cutscene work, which is why like I really like love cutscenes. Cutscenes are so fun to do. Thank you. I also love my character design. I appreciate it. Could you make audio clips with 4 tracks of the song intros and context of what happened, like the one for Hypno you could do? What? According to what happened with BF. Oh. Hello, Fish Sticks. Hello, Fish Sticks. Hello, good evening. Hello. Ugh. Is your favorite cutscene from like a mom? Like, huh? What? Some sort of demon. It's based off of my freaking head. Did John Flower die? No, John Flower's still here. John Flower the goat. Here, actually, I'm gonna kill his living space. Sorry. I'm gonna line these up and then kind of show you guys what I was talking about. So I'm gonna set this up so it makes a little bit more sense. John Flower and Jane Toe, the goats. Oh, any favorite cutscene? The Steam Unlocked is pretty fucking good. I'm very biased, but the monochrome one is pretty good. What we have for Frostbite right now is pretty good. In terms of outside of our work, in the FNF space, I don't know. Maybe something from like Corruption. Bald Guru. God, what was I gonna say? God, I forgot what I was gonna say. Outside of that, I love the outro 3 of Chainsaw Man. That one's pretty fucking good. Frostbite gonna have color? Is it gonna be grayscale like monochrome? It's gonna have more color than monochrome. Does Chimera count as a cut? Technically, yeah. Technically, yeah. Chimera does count as a full cutscene because it is more like a visual story event. Yeah. Anyways. Here, let me show you guys exactly what I was talking about. So you kind of get a decent look and perspective into what I was yapping on about, because I seem to be yapping on about a lot of stuff. This would be probably like the last thing I do today. But here, I'm gonna keep this zoomed in. Okay, so if the shot was like this, right, where it's the camera is like, let me do this, you know, this is the space, they're here, camera's right here, and then suddenly the camera swaps over to the other place. The moment it swaps, the left person, who is John Flower, you're gonna be looking at and you're gonna be like, oh my god, okay, that's John Flower. And then the moment it cuts to the other angle, wait, that's not John Flower, what the fuck? Oh, John Flower is over here. Oh, wait, what the hell? You know, if that makes sense. Because then you're swapping between the two in a way that you probably shouldn't. And I mean, like, even me trying to do this example right now, I just got lost because I thought this was John Flower, but then I looked to the right. I was like, wait, what? No, never mind. Jane is the one on the left. But you see, it's already like if you're swapping between these two shots from here to here, and you're breaking the 180-degree angle rule. Hello. You're gonna be confusing your viewer. And so instead, a better way of going about it is instead, if you're here, this is Jane Toe, right? You're like, okay, Jane Toe is over here. Okay, cool. Wait, it cut. Oh, wait, that's John Flower. So now you have more of a dynamic shot as well. That's another thing. Try to do dynamic shots whenever you fucking can. Static shots are so boring. I have this issue of continuously doing like static shots, and I'll explain in a second what that means. But already, like, even between swapping between the two different shots, you can tell who is who already on both sides of the screen. You can already tell. So it's very important in keeping in mind wherever and whenever you're swapping the camera, and if you need to, convey anything different. So, and again, these two shots are so much more cinematic and better than these two, where you're just swapping the camera over to the other side. So that's something I would say. One thing I would also suggest for anybody is a lot of the times, and again, I'm guilty of this as well, but you'll have a shot like this with two characters, and they're like, hello, I'm fucking awesome. Hello, I am awesome, fucking awesome, but I got the number 1 on my shirt. Oh, fuck, I got the number 2. Fuck. I got 1 to the power of 2. Loser. Here. Right, you have these two characters, and you just have them, like, sort of talk with each other. This is a very boring shot. Like, let's be really honest. Like, this does get the job done, but it's a really, 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 really boring shot. Just one to look at, but also just in terms of its assembling. Yeah, boring. This is quite possibly boring. Very, very, very bad. It's not bad, again, gets the job done, but it's boring. It's boring because it's not John Flower the goat and Jane Toe. You're fucking right. 1 and 1 to the power of 2 are the same fucking thing. No, it's not. No, it's not. 1 to the power of 2 has the power of 2 at the top. So that's pretty different, I think. Who are these randos? This is Uno and Uno Mas. Where's the fuck? Guys, I'm sorry. And so instead, what you could be doing is to kind of make the shot a little bit more dynamic, is like if you have the shot between the two, kind of like what I did with these beautiful guys, where instead of keeping them on two different, like, you instead can do the camera sort of like this. If you're doing like a shot where it's like this person's like fucking talking like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Right? It's like you can have the camera set really high, but then again, you're still hitting the two beautiful centers of focus. Or if you want to make it more suspenseful, again, you can make it like this. It's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Because a lot of these shots are also like, these are shots that can, depending on the way that you structure them, could make the audience unsettled, uncomfortable, or anything else sort of like that. So like whether it's you literally rotating the camera, or you keeping it straight on, or you using handheld, or, and then this is more towards film than it really is animation, but you using handheld camera over like a static camera in like a gimbal or a little cart to move it. A lot of these different things change sort of how everything sort of goes. So if you are like, for example, doing a chase sequence, if you're doing it where it's just the camera moving from like this on a little cart, like that is super still, and you know, that's pretty decent. It shows everything, but that's pretty much it. But if you actually have a little cool guy running with the camera, and the camera is shaking as the other person is also running, now you're invested into the actual scene itself. It feels like you are there. Because again, the camera is sort of the audience's eye. And you don't want to spin them around. You don't want to throw them around. You want to guide them to the proper places that you want them to go. But yeah. I'm literally just about to finish the stream. God, I always stream for so fucking long. Oh my god. Imagine teaching shit. You're teaching me more than a YouTube tutorial. I'm glad to hear it. But these are like super basic things I learned from film school and acting school. Because I dream of being an actor. A voice actor, at least. That would be pretty cool. Here they are, bro. Here they are. My least favorite cutscene, or just one that's not the best? I think in the demo, Safety Lullaby, I think I could have done that a lot better. And I'm going to be revisiting it, either for the patch, or for a different bundle thing, whatever, update. I just know I can do better with that. Yeah, pretty much. But even if you look at, like, the monochrome cutscene, that one is also one that I wanted to make sure that we were following the sort of left and right thing that I was talking about and not breaking the 180 rule. That was very imperative. The storyboard was done in a very specific way, and I looked through it and I was like, fuck, no, okay, this is going to be kind of confusing. So then I went in and then I rechanged a bunch of stuff. Can you show something that you enjoyed working on for MCM Reboot? Yeah, I got you. I got you completely. This is what I liked to do for MCM. This awesome fucking character that everybody fucking loves. But yeah, I try to apply as much as I can from my education and films that I watch for this. I'm glad y'all love John Flower, this fuck-ass character that we all made together. God, what was that? Oh, MCM, right. One thing I did like about doing MCM, is there going to be a stream any day about Hypno's Lullaby reboot? Just curiosity lol. What do you mean? Like, us playing or going over like assets and everything, or what specifically? Buried Alive would not be showing up anytime soon, or maybe he will, but you don't know. The collector one. Oh right, I gotta do the collector beta voice. Oh my god, I gotta find it. My tests. God, MCM. Do not fucking forget. MCM, Mistful Crimson Morning.
Mistful Crimson Morning. Mistful Crimson fucking morning.
Oh right, I forgot. Oh my god, I forgot about Berry Friend. Forgot about that. I hope this doesn't crash anything. It'd be kind of funny if it did, though. All right, there we go. Assets and everything. Those streams are already done. If you look in my YouTube channel, in the live segment, there's one where we go over the programming and the music, and we show a bunch of, like, old stuff and old drafts of stuff. And then the other one is going over art and story. 2 very long streams. But you know, this would probably be my favorite cutscene or thing that I did for MCM, because this was me studying a completely different art style that I've never fucking done before in my entire life. Let me show you the storyboards. Like, these were the storyboards I was given. That's it. Those were all the storyboards I was given. And so my goal for this was
That one's not breathing.
That's pretty much it. That's what I did. I wanted to make sure that this was actually in the same art style as what it's based on. and then doing an in between for each one. You could see I've used a lot of references for each shot. Literally so many different references for every single shot. And then animating each one to actually move properly in a way that looks smooth. All of this is like frame by frame animation. This is a Mistful Crimson Morning. And then again, I think this is a frame from the actual parody episode, and then this one too. And then the rest of this is like in between work that I just did, like between these two. But yeah, this is probably my favorite work. The other one I did is Cumulon. We love Cumulon. Look at him. Check him out. This is the concept that I made for them to use and sort of make their own version of it. I'm still pretty happy with him. He's pretty cool. I've done a lot of stuff. I love animation. I love animation. It's been so fun to do it. But yeah, and then this is, what is this? Yeah, this is just like, again, symbol animation, where I made the actual animation inside of the thing, and then I just animated using two different things. This one I did. I also did this one where I, look at that! Look at that! I recreated the entire fucking thing. Like, I've literally recreated the entire model from the show that this was based off of. Every single thing in here was fully recreated by me. This is another one that I did. This as well. Again, trying to make it look as perfect and as accurate as possible. I pride myself in making things look as accurate as I possibly can. But yeah. And then same thing for this. So that one also made these fuckers. And I animated with tweens, which I hated. Do not want to animate with with tweens. But these guys are animated in tweens in the show. So to make it as accurate as possible, I animated with tweens. Even though I hated doing it. And then this was completely scrapped and redone animation-wise, and I wasn't told about it. So that was pretty cool. Actually, I was told it had to change a day or two after I already finished. Which isn't great. But you know, it is what it is. I love the people on MCM. Do not get me wrong. I love the people on MCM. Fucking talented motherfuckers. They're very talented people. But yeah, that's pretty much about it. I think that's all I really did for Mistful Crimson Morning. There wasn't really anything else I wanted to do. I was actually gonna do the sprites for Massacre Patrick. I was gonna do that one. I was gonna do that. So I was gonna do Massacre with my friend Crust, who did the cutscene. I was gonna clean it up and then finish that off for him as well. What's your biggest way to get animation done faster? I tend to make smooth stuff, but it takes so long. Practice using cheating between like different sprites. Or not different sprites, different frames. So a lot of the time, like this is a great example of that actually. Like this, I technically animated using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frames. If you don't count the belly jiggle, this was animated in 5 frames. So practice learning animating in 3s. Animating in 3s, animating in 4s, literally anything else along those lines is like pretty decent to helping you get more of better work. Do I know Spanish? I used to speak it a lot more. I'm not the greatest with Spanish anymore. But yeah. Looks so fluid, super cool. Thank you. Thank you. Again, I went over these today as well. So if you are interested in learning how I went about animating this beast, I definitely recommend taking a look earlier. I have a whole segment for this. I animate in threes. Rarely do threes. I mainly use it in... No. I don't animate in threes. However, yes, I am Brazilian. Yeah, this was fan art that someone made. Someone made fan art of that. I do not animate in threes. However, learning to animate in threes helps you understand what frames need to be there, what frames don't need to be there, and how to cheat smoothness in a scene without having to redraw 40 fucking frames at a time. So slowing down your animation and drawing less frames as possible is pretty good. But yeah, that's pretty much about it. And then for today as well, we also went over this and how to actually animate a proper sprite. One that looks a little bit different, one that looks a little bit more rough. One that looks simple, one that's a little bit more complicated, how to shade. All of that is before. For anybody that's here and interested in hearing and sort of going about this process and how to get to this point. I do not live in Brazil. I live in the US. Yes. I left Brazil when I was 11.
And I'm in the fucking United States of fucking America.
I miss Brazil though. I just came back from Brazil actually. I went on vacation there with family. It was awesome. Love John Flower. I love him. I love John. I know. I can tell. You've been saying how hot he is this whole entire fucking stream. It's beautiful, beautiful work, honestly. Hold on. Sorry. There we go. Okay. So we went over a lot of stuff today. Apologies that this was a 5-hour-long stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it, honestly. It's a lot of work, but all I would say is continue improving, continue trying to innovate and do stuff. My first ever cutscene, you know, we actually went over it earlier on stream. And, you know, it was rough. It was very rough. I animated in symbols, which is not bad at all. You can do a lot of stuff with symbols. I know I was saying I was going to reanimate Gold Sprite from Monochrome today. I'm definitely not. That's a very complicated sprite. Actually, let me show you how complicated of a sprite it actually is. Hypno, Monochrome. Is this it? There it is. Like, in terms of Gold's sprites, there's a lot of different moving parts in it. Actually, especially for Lullaby. But it's like, it's this this glow in his chest. Let me see if does it show up? No, it looks worse. All right, this glow, arm, body, zipper, leg. Like, this is all part of Gold. And that's just for the body. And then in the body in here, it's also the neck being pulled. And then, you know, how that fucking looks. Hi, Kixel! And so animating the body separately from this, and then having the glow coming from his chest, and then in here. And then in here, there's a bunch of these smaller, if you can even see it in here. There are like 5 different glows that kind of alternate in between to give the feeling that the unknowns are going from the bottom of his stomach into the top of the head. And then same thing goes for like all of these. And then this coming back, doing 2 return animations, one with his normal idol and then one with his mouth ripped open. Jump scare. Ah! Oogly boogly! And then obviously the ripping animation. Here, let me show you guys how this looks like. Let me show how this looks like. This is the entire timeline for Gold and his entire animations. There's a headache. I've gone over it before, but it's like, yeah, no, this took me way too fucking long to make. But here, look. As the neck is ripping off, I swap between the body and a different symbol. So this symbol here is the neck. And I probably could have made it a lot easier, but this was such a pain in the fucking ass, man, that I just didn't want to put more time into this. I put a lot of effort. I just didn't want to put more time. But you can see, like, in here, I could even delete that if I wanted to. But even this in here is, like, the, like, animation for it as well. Frame by frame mixed with symbol. Because this is, like, this is one symbol. This is one symbol of Gold's many mouths. And then I just reuse it for the poses over here. And then in here, you can even see. Check this out. Look at this. As the body rips, you see you see the glow coming from the inside of his fucking thing. And you see every single tendon snapping and just going. And then snapping at each one with these hundreds of unknowns flying in the screen, each one glowing more than the other. And then I also have to transition my sprite into the one made by Snoot. By, you know, just using, like, very fast animation. The movie clips too, working with this is actually an FLA killer. Absolutely. No, this is actually miserable. This was miserable to animate. Any time I would try to save, it would take 10 seconds to save. It was really bad. Getting any progress on this was super slow. But I'm super happy with the final product. And actually, this head, fun fact, I just reused it from his down pose, which, by the way, here's how it was properly structured. I had to use all of these different guides to sort of make it look actually good, so that it could look like this. How did you learn to animate each tendon ripping? Here's a little cheat I did. Each one of these is actually, hold on. Each one of these, it's in this one symbol animation of the tendon, it's one animation of it ripping. That's all it is. And then, so if I was to do this, all of these little dots are the different tendons that are showing up and playing at different times to make it look like I actually animated each one individually. When all I did was just animate it once and then just paste it in here and just time them differently, so it looked like it actually like was snapping. So a lot of animation, if you want to survive and live a good life, is cheating and trying to figure out how you can make the sprite work for what you need based off of the things that you have. So again, like if you look in here, like the down pose, this is the same head. This is the same exact head as used for the No More segment. Here, look. Check it out. Okay, cool. You see that? You see that cool little character? Look at that. It's the same exact symbol. It's the exact same symbol. Which is, again, a great use of symbols, in my opinion, if you animate them properly and you use them properly. Same thing for the unknowns in here. If I was to go to one and just draw a little circle, you can see all of the ones that use the same exact thing. So symbols are good for some things, and frame-by-frame animation is good for other things. Work in Procreate Dreams as a cutscene animator for the Philly Mix mod. Procreate Dreams is getting better, but it's not the best. I just don't like my PC drawing tablet. That's also completely fair. But again, all of this sprite is just me cheating different things. Can we get Hypno FLAs? I'm actually, okay, so I'm selling this Gold's FLA. It's a little expensive, 80 bucks. I know. But that did take me 8 months to make. Hypno's FLAs, I don't know if I'm going to be selling or giving out, because that's my work, but then also Kixel's, and then Crust, and then Duty, and a bunch of other people's works, to the point that it can get a little bit, rough. You know, it is what it is. Oh my god, Annie Bew is calling me. Hello? All right. But yeah, the gold FLA is for sale on my Ko-Fi page. Did I expect 800 collectorees by the end of the event? Not really. It's more of a stretch goal if people do get there. Would you consider selling the Celebi FLA? Yes, actually. I probably should be fucking putting that up. For anybody that's curious, the Celebi... I've gone over this in the art and story stream as well. But this is the Celebi sprite. Check it out. This took... No! It just killed everything! It killed my flash! It killed my flash! What the H? What the H? Hope it didn't mess up any of my other files. Okay, I think we're okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're okay. Here, check it out. So, if Celebi did use the Paris song. Okay, this sprite, this fucking FLA, this FLA, oh my god, oh my fucking god. This FLA killed itself like twice. I did 4 server backups every single time, and each one died. And I had to fully recreate this in like its own different way and like whatever. It was a headache. I had to remake this. But here, I have this animation of Celebi coming into frame. And then this one of Celebi doing their little twitch. And so essentially for this, and you know, I'll put this up for sale if people are interested. I'll make it a lot cheaper than gold one because this wasn't too bad. How did you do the transparency in the Celebi eye on the left? So you know what's funny? I didn't do any transparency on this. All I did, so let me break this sprite down a little bit. You can see with each animation, you can see the skin very slightly ripping off from the actual, or detached from the actual red rest of the thing. If you want to join the Discord, you're more than welcome to. We're just going to be announcing, it's just a community server if people want to just hang out and chill in there. And then whenever I do streams, you know, any notifications are going to be there. You're telling me there are different versions of Celebi that are lost media now due to them crashing twice, or am I? Yes, pretty much. Pretty much. Thank you, I appreciate it. But yeah, this one I wanted to have it where like the skin is slightly kind of tearing and obviously splitting from the rest of the face. Like this is just how it literally looks. And then this one, I just made it more and more red. That's pretty much it. And then I just swapped between each one. So now for these, for where you can see the unknowns shifting around. Here, let me show you. Because you can see a lot better in here. Where they kind of pile up back here. Here, hold on. Where is it? Where is it? I think it's better if I do the Paris song, because I think Paris song has that. Hold on. Oh, let me fix that before I break it. Oops. Do you think it's a bad idea to animate and make it a sketch first and then go over it frame by frame, or should I just go right into the line art and make it in betweens later? Start with sketch first. Always start with sketch first. I always first do the drawing, like I do like cool character, and then a lot of the times if I just want to animate their head, I will literally just move it like this in between each frame. And then you'll kind of get a couple cutoffs, and you can see that in the Serena turning around thing. But then you can just sort of animate it like that. So if you want to, I would definitely recommend base animation movement first, then the sketch for each pose that you want. Or, sorry, do what I talked about before, where it's like you have the pose that you start with, and then the other pose that you're like, oh wait, this is awesome. This is the other pose I want to do. With the John Flower example. But here, let me show here. This is for this Paris song. Maybe this shows better. Okay, I think this does show better. So here, for the transparency, fun fact, it's actually not transparent whatsoever. The thing that makes it look like each unknown is coming out into the eyes is literally each one of these is just an actual unknown. It's literally just the unknown itself. Hold on. Let me remove the blur. It's just the unknown. That's literally all it is. Thank you for stopping by. What brush settings did you use to make the art choppy and rough? I literally Flash CS6. Same brush as always. But instead of smoothness 41, which I use, I just use smoothing 0, and then it's already much rougher. And that's what I use for this. But yeah, no, these are literally just overlay. This is overlay blend mode, and then I just have them over the eye. And then the blue, I have the hue shifted a little bit down. So if I wanted to, I could make it green if I wanted to. But yeah, yes, and that's the other thing as well. You have it where when Celebi does it's I'm so mad. W5.5 hour stream. I know, dude. I'm literally about to end. Here. There we go. This is the last thing I'll show. But in here, you can also see the unknowns. Same exact lineup over here that I had as the other one. And then here you can see all of the pulsing for this. They're pretty cool. Celebi's pretty freaking cool. They're awesome. Yeah. And then you could just see it kind of like pulsing for over here. But, you know, if you guys want to take a proper look at this FLA, I'll sell it in my Ko-Fi. Probably not going to be that expensive, honestly. But, yeah. Just basic stuff. This is pretty simple to make. And this is sort of in the same exact way I was, like, doing the idle animation for Hypno that I did earlier before, where you just start with the head movement first, and then you do the rest of the body movement, because essentially the head is the most important thing that you need for the body. So move the head first, do the movement that you want, and then do the body, which we did do today, which was pretty nice. I actually don't even know where the file for God, what's the name? God damn it. I'm not going to remember. But for animation practice, I don't know where I saved it. Guys, I think John Flower is dead. I think he's lost media now. Oh my god. He's lost media. Oh my god. Hello. Hello, the Graveyard Gremlins. Hello. Hello, hello. How are you, bro? I did voice acting for Graveyard Gremlins. For anybody that is interested, they are a pretty freaking cool animation.
I voiced one of the main characters. It's really fucking cool.
You don't need just Flash for this. You can also use Adobe Animate and any other version of Animate or Flash other than Flash CS4. Flash CS4 doesn't accept Flash CS6 and other previous things, I think. But yeah, freaking awesome concept. Where did I save this? If I was to save a file right now, where does it take? It takes me here, which is not where I used to be. Oh my god, I think it's just gone. I think it's just gone. My gift to is so good. Thank you, bro! Thank you, bro! Okay. But that's it. I'm tired. My vocal voice hurts. I guess I could find the collector voice. The beta voice for the collector. That was a while ago. But then that's it. I'm done. My voice hurts. My vocal throat hurts. John lost media. Yeah, pretty much. Let me see. Was I around 2021? Me? Me, the BeefStarchJello? Oh my god, 5 takes on the collector's voice. Alright. Y'all ready for the collector's old voices? Or the vocal tests that I did for it? I do not know if this is, like, horrible. Hold on. Let me listen to this first. Okay. Alright. Alright. It's really not bad. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alright. The last thing. Last thing ever. And then we're killing everybody. Collector voice. Y'all ready? This is the old beta collector voices before anything else. Alright. This is how the collector was first tried out a while ago. A while ago. Here, hold on. These are the different voices. Wait, hold on. Here it is.
Oh, come on. What's the harm? Why won't you have a quick try of what I have? Oh, come on. What's the harm? Why won't you have a quick try of what I have? Come on. What's the harm? Come on. What's the harm? Why won't you have a quick try of what I have?
Yeah, he used to be British. That was just crazy.
What's the harm?
And then now we landed right here, making him very gravelly, very old man.
Thank God we did that, because thank God we're not going with that voice, the older voice.
Now the collector sounds real. The peak of the peak. Probably should not have yelled. The parental entities are roaming about.
So I'm so happy that we're actually doing this for the collector's voice instead. Big difference? Yeah, I know. That's so funny. That's so funny. Anyways, I appreciate everyone for coming here. I am pooped out. This was 5 awesome hours of making John Flower. And I hope, you guys learned anything out of this. I know that I talked a lot. I went over a lot of information. Oh my god, my voice. So this is going to be up as a VOD. Hello, VOD. Hello, VOD people. But if you learned anything, I hope this was, useful at all. I want to be doing more live streams. I think it'd be really fun to do more live streams, whether with Lullaby devs or other FNF creators. I mean, like, I had PhantomFear in here before, so that was cool. Interested in giving more lessons during future streams? I absolutely could. I don't know what other lessons I could cover. I don't know. I think I kind of gone over everything that I could. Depends if people wanna. All I really got is like sprite animation and cutscene planning. That's pretty much about it. How to construct a sprite? I could do that. I honestly could do that. I could do that. If you are here, if you are in the BeefStarchJello community server, at me with that as an idea so that I actually remember. How do we watch next stream if you're killing us all after this one? Spirits. You guys will be spirits. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah. And Duty, of course we're VCing. Duty, of course we're VCing, bro. That's literally what I was going to do right after this. That's literally what I was going to do after this. But again, I appreciate everyone for coming here. Oh, wow. I'm starting to sound a little bit more
Like Hex.
but yeah, I appreciate everybody. I hope everybody has a good night, a good day, a good morning. Or literally anything else. Hi, Legoli. I know, bro. Whew. To get Gold's sprite sheet, it's just a texture atlas. It's not a sprite sheet because he has a lot of moving pieces. Otherwise, you're gonna have to deal with 6 different sprite sheets. But goodbye, everybody. Love John Flower. John Flower, the freaking goat. You guys freaking rule. Thank you for showing up.